indicates that in the case of Brazil, only 11.7% of the positions in the renewable energy sector are used by women. In order to close the gender gap, it is necessary to promote the autonomy of women in decision making and to promote their participation in the disciplines of science, technology, engineering, mathematics, as well as the planning and design of energy policies, because their contribution is key to promote processes of development both nationally and regionally. Likewise, it is necessary to put in place specific programs and plans to promote access of women to energy and to promote their participation in the energy sector, promoting the equality in opportunities and access to technical and specialized training and education. In that sense, the energy transition that's being promoted in our region is a unique opportunity to close the gender gaps in access to energy and also to use and promote the capabilities of women as well as promoting their professional development. The implementation of renewable energy sources and energy efficiencies can contribute to the decrease in the greenhouse effect gases emission and also promote the participation of women in educational and labor activities. And this matches the proposal of ICLAC during the 15th conference that took place in Buenos Aires last year that called us to understand care as a right, a work, and a need. And that indicates that this approach is going to be a huge contribution towards creating more sustainable and resilient societies. In ECAT, as well as other institutions of the region, we are working tirelessly to promote gender equality overall and more particularly in terms of access and use of energy. There is still a long way to go on behalf of the governments and the civil society as well and the private sector. Finally, I would like to point out that the region has unique opportunities to move forward with transformative initiatives towards a more sustainable, productive, and inclusive future, working in collaboration to overcome gender inequalities and to guarantee that women play a key role in the planning, design, and execution of energy policies in the region is only one of those key initiatives in order to transform our development model. Thank you so much, everyone, and I wish you a very fruitful meeting. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, señor secretario.
Thank you so much, Secretary. And now we are going to give the floor to the Minister of Energy of Chile, Mr. Diego Pardo. The floor is yours, Minister. Hi, good morning. How is everyone? Thank you so much for having us and for hosting this event, Secretary. I would like to go back to your last point. And precisely, renewable energies are not only one way of generating cleaner cities, but also more fair and more inclusive societies overall. In our sector, we are facing a huge challenge at the moment. In the energy sector, only 23% of the work positions are used by women, are filled by women, and also there are clusters where this happens, where their participation takes place. So the figures are deceiving because when we look at the operations, this figure decreases to close to 10% in terms of female participation. And it is the same when we take a look at executive positions as well as boards, where the participation of women reaches only 10%. So it's 9 men per 1 woman.
Y a mí me toca con frecuencia.
Oftentimes, I have traveled the country and I've talked about this reality with members of the industry. And very often I hear different excuses and arguments to explain as to why this is the case. And this reality is something clearly systematic because otherwise there's no reason why there should be 9 men per women in a certain board or in a certain operation. So you hear arguments like women do not apply to certain positions, and this is something that Marta Cabezas reminded me of. And she was the first superintendent of electricity and fuels. And this is work that requires physical strength. This is something that we keep hearing from people, or that they won't hire any more women because the type of labor requires physical strength, or there aren't enough women in the STEM fields. That's another usual argument that we hear. And at the same time, as I've been able to travel the country, I have heard other stories, different stories that are transforming this reality and that are offering a different reality or a different alternative instead of arguments and excuses. And the story that I wanted to share with you today is the story of one operator of the Cerro Dominador mining plant. Her name is Mrs. Aracena. She belongs to an indigenous people. She works cleaning mirrors in Maria Elena. I'm not sure if you've seen the infrastructure there. It is quite amazing. It is the only concentration plant for solar energy in the region. And this is a technology that allows to generate renewable energy in the nighttime, because the issue with solar energy as a milestone, or as the most important part of our energy policy, is that it is impossible to generate power during the nighttime. But this is a different technology. This is a tower with mirrors around it, and there is a concrete structure that gets heated with salts. So the energy is accumulated and used throughout the nighttime. So this is a key process for our country to move towards the energy transition that we are undergoing, shifting from variable photovoltaic, eolic, renewable energies to more flexible energies that allow us to fully replace thermal plants. Plants like Cerro Dominador are created thanks to the labor of women. And in the construction of Cerro Dominador, the operators found something, actually, an innovation that was not something that they were aware of, and it was that women were so much more careful than women when placing the mirrors. So the teams of women were more productive, and that's when her story started. This is a lady from an isolated rural area in Chile, and without renewable energies, she would have probably followed the same journey of her entire family of being a small farmer. Sonjen, that's her name, and she started working manufacturing these mirrors herself. And now she is the leader of her shift for maintenance of the structure. And the last time we talked to her was precisely because we did an interview
del 8 de marzo nos
to commemorate the 8th of March. So uh, we had a number of people that were interviewed, and we printed certain material and we interviewed people. So we conducted an interview, and she said that she was very happy and she felt that she was close to achieve her dream, and she named two dreams. And if I may, these are very female like dreams. And first, she wanted her children to go to the university to attend higher education, and the economic situation of her family would allow her now to afford that, to look at that, because unlike family farming, industrial work that she was conducting, the work that she was carrying out, doing maintenance in a sophisticated technology plan, was giving her a different income. So she was changing the life of herself and her family with that type of employment. And the second dream that she had was that other women would have the same opportunity. And she was happy because in her shift, she already had over a half of the workers being women. So the stories, just like the story of Sunjan, are showing us that in a country that's filled with excuses, there are also happy endings and stories with happy endings that we can leverage on in order to try to shift this reality, which is very uncomfortable and that we have to shed visibility on. This idea that in a country where half of the population are women and half are men, there is room for instances where the ratio is 9 to 1. That's just not acceptable. And for that, from the Ministry of Energy, we are promoting a number of policies that we want to co create alongside with private companies. And this year, the public-private partnership called Más Mujeres, More Women managed to incorporate a number of women into private companies, which is a high success for us. And through the plans, we have the goal of training 5,000 leaders in energy by 2030. And we believe that helping and supporting the private sector and also training and giving visibility to this situation and to the stories like the one that I shared earlier are what ultimately allow us to shift and to change this uncomfortable reality. And of course, it needs to be hand in hand with public policies. That is key. We are working in a bill of law that requires gender equality in the boards of companies, and this will be particularly effective in the energy sectors where all the companies are going to be subject to this regulation because of the type of companies that are traded in the stock exchange market. And I would like to wrap up by highlighting that stories like this one, stories like Sonjan's stories, are the stories that have to encourage us to continue on once again. And this is something that I always try to mention whenever I interact with the private sector, at least in the energy sector. We have the ability to make a change. In a country where usually we respond with excuses, we also have successful stories, and as a society, we have to decide whether we are going to be content with excuses or we are going to grow stronger looking at other examples. And of course, the invitation is to do the latter and to continue on building cleaner cities and also to take the opportunity of climate change to create more inclusive societies. Thank you.
Gracias, señor ministro.
Thank you, Minister. Now we are going to give the floor to the Minister of Women's Affairs and Gender Equality of Chile, Mrs. Antonia Orellana. Minister, the floor is yours. Thank you, everyone. And I would like to especially greet all the authorities present here and the members of their teams. After the words of Minister Pardo regarding women that are promoting change in the energy industry in our country, I would like to point out that the work of the Ministry of Women is to make a contribution towards the strategy of applying a cross sectional gender agenda and to support that the public and private policies shift from excuses and arguments to thriving, and from our position that has been the role that we've been playing. So we are updating the plan with the participation of over 1,000 organizations of women throughout the country. And even though this is not something that we have created as a government, as an administration, this is already the third plan. We have worked to strengthen this network in coordination with the different units that work on gender in the different ministries. So we are aiming at concretely improving the lives of women in our country, and this isn't only because we are better at certain work, because we are able to do the work, we're able to do work that requires physical strength. This is something that we know, and we know that care is work that requires physical strength, and also because we are over a half of the population, and because of that reason alone, we have the right, we are entitled to the same participation in the public life, and also because we are not going to achieve the development goals that we have if we leave behind over half of the population. Part of this plan is the work that was mentioned by the minister regarding the energy efficiency, or the initiative Energía Más Mujer, to strengthen this plan. And for us from the ministry, the goal is to decrease the restrictions towards the full financial autonomy of women in the context of energy efficiency. And there are so many things to this. To put it simply, for instance, work shows, uh, journeys, or days to raise awareness among the industry, to raise new indicators, or to draft new indicators, and it also matches the conclusions of the recent Conference of Women in Latin America and the Caribbean that was held last year in Argentina. And one of the key points in that conference was that the region that holds this conference, that's unique in the international system, is the one that's most exposed to the climate crisis because of different reasons, not only because of our geographic situation and the environment. And one of the conclusions and one of the pillars of our work for 2023 is to develop a joint strategy of economic independence for women. And this includes a legislative initiative that we have started already regarding the co-parent responsibility and the payment of child support. That is an issue of social fairness and also economic autonomy, and also the reform to marriage that prevents women from entrepreneuring, and also with the announcement and hopefully enactment soon of the law for daycare and work flexibility. And there is also a need to create a unique framework within the state for the articulation of different services, ministries regarding actions to close the gender gap and to promote gender equality. We have identified, and this is a news for everyone, I'm sure, that the Chilean state invests a lot, spends a lot in order to close the gaps, but mainly in a way that is not articulated, that aims at sometimes the same groups of women, and mostly based on stereotypes. Mostly based on stereotypes, for instance, that women work in association more often because sometimes, because maybe we come from Venus, or for some reason, without having a political reflection that that trend is related to, because it is related to situations of neglect. Therefore, we need to take a leap towards a policy of association in order to create entrepreneurship, and this is not sustainable and it does not lead to decent labor. And we have to move towards a productive chain that leads us to decent labor and also development. And in that sense, the energy industry is a huge opportunity, especially, and looking at this from the perspective of regional development, especially because of the places where this happens, in the regions where we have the opportunity to develop green hydrogen, are regions where traditionally women have not been able to be involved in formal labor, and that is another way of decentralizing the country.
Esto, tanto la estrategia en torno al
Say part of this is also the strategy, and as well as the national strategy of the lithium. They're being constructed based in mark processes that are participative, really ready there for the impacts that would produce the territories to install. In the first one, we are pleased as a Ministry of Women to be part of the technical committee and also to be there in the national strategy of the third part. And one of the main axes is related with the gender equality. And as a part of this type of commitment in this matter of training, there are integrity for the systematic tables and the gender alignments in the same workshops that are key parties to produce these policies and incorporate in these areas in the certifications of the sector as well. Concerning the national strategy of the lithium in the ministries and the commitment, we want to strengthen these areas in the mining and in the STEM and to visualize the mining and the minorities in the public establishments focused in the professional, the technicians. That is one of the areas not considered because they're not, that is, doesn't mean it is necessarily this type of thing. Working with the transversalization policies of gender also in the private industry. With which we found a very enthusiastic participation in women in mining, also in energy. The energetic sector, I would like to say it is essential for us because for industries as the green oxygen, from the very beginning, they incorporate the women, and that doesn't mean that we are ready there running around with all the industries in corporate, but because it is almost exclusive with women and it requires a lot of investment and effort to be transformed. As we can see for almost 30 years of evidence of support to the women insertion, the fact of being able to be inside in the industry and to develop professionally, it is one of the most important elements and the key parts. This is why we're calling to work all together with all the executive part, but also for the private party that is relevant in this point. And it is something essential to take a look and then be able to maintain women with the industry. With this, for what the ministry has said, we have had the pleasure with each and every minister to get together with the science with 50 students more or less of technical schools and professional areas in the metropolitan region of Santiago. And the main question concerning the fact of studying is we don't know if we are going to have other women. We don't know how this is going to be. Success stories. I'm not inventing anything at all. Is the visibilization of the leadership of women. This is something essential to keep developing these changes. And we hope we can be with all of you for that. Of course, having the support of the Ministry of Women and Gender Equity here in Chile. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, señor.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Minister. Thanks to the government of Chile organizing of this event. And we're going to go to the next organizer that have boosted this important initiative altogether with the ECLAC, sorry, from the government of Germany. And now we're going to hand the floor to the ambassador of Germany in Chile, Mrs. Ingar Maria Fellner, please. Mrs. Ambassador, you have the floor now.
Estimado senador José.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Jose Salazar, Secretary of the ECLAC, Michelle Bachelet, First Minister of Chile, Antonio Orellana, dear Sinopiar, Coordinator of the Renewable Energies of the Federal Ministry of Germany here in the Climate Protection area, dear George Cristodoresco, recently arrived from Germany. Ladies and gentlemen, online. Good morning, all. It is a pleasure for me to address you in this event organized all together with the government of Chile, the ECLAC, and the Energy Partnership Chile and Germany. In March this year, our Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ana Elena, and our Minister of Development, Sena Switzer, introduced their guidelines of an external policy and feminist cooperation. This launch marks a milestone in the political history of Germany. Some question the relevance and the importance of a feminist policy. That what does it mean? It means that it's going to be oriented not only as a feminist criteria, but also some that are inclusive. This means that they have the purpose to reinforce the equality of right and the equal participation of everybody all over the world. The importance of including a feminist inclusive strategy should not be limited to the external policy of cooperation. It should guide us to all the private and public ministries. We still have sectors where women are not correctly represented. And you would ask why it is essential to have a feminist focus in the issues of energetic policy, development, and external policies. In the fight with the current crisis, as for example, the climate change and hunger all over the world, we cannot exclude half of the population that is women. We need everybody with all the talents all over the world. We need the knowledge and we need the skills of the complete society. This is the reason why we have specified three great R's in the German policy of development. What do we have behind these R's? And first of all, the rights. This means that they have the right to decide with who a woman may have a family, and this implies the right to education. And I believe that we are all ready and we all agree to know and be aware that education is the way to have a better world. And then the second are the resources. In many places, many countries, women are the ones that create the possibility of having food, having uh, harvests. In many other countries, women are not allowed to do so, and this needs to be changed. And in many other countries, women they have less salaries, lower salaries, and this is something symbolic because it marks the way of the situation where women need to work to make this equal and to have the same salary if we compare it to last year. This year in Europe was around the 10th of March. The third R is representation. We cannot
Tiene que estar presentes en
make policies with women without women. Women need to be in all the decisions. They need to represent their own decisions and experiences. And we are in here in the company of the first president women in Chile. This external policy means that we are not there only to look at the policies. We deal with them in the finance of our projects and in the humanitarian help. This is how the Zero Feminist looks for the equality of women and the women all over the world. Which are the objectives of this feminist policy? To achieve a world where everybody enjoys of all the rights, where we guarantee their equitative representation in all the areas. To deal with the future path so they all have the same resources and education. And finally, and of high importance, wants to take profit of the fact that women as agents of change and the job positions of responsibility, they boost the progress of the society as such and others. The policy takes into account that the discrimination is not it doesn't have this type of dimension and boosts and deals with all the margins of society for their gender, age, sexual orientation, or any other reason. Again, I would like to underline the exert policy that is feminist and is not something external for women, but it is the same for all the members of the society. It's not exclusive And for us all, I wish you a very fruitful debate. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, señora.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Ambassador. Right now, we're going to excuse Mr. Secretary that has to attend a very important matter. And we are going to continue with our work this morning. Okay, now we're going to give the floor to the representative of the strategic alliances with Latin America of the Federal Ministry of Economy and Protection of Climate, Mr. George Maui.
Buenos dias and good morning. Please allow me to continue in English. It's a pleasure and an honor for me to welcome you also on behalf of my ministry, the Ministry for Economic Affairs and Climate Action. We have a long-standing and very successful cooperation with Chile, and one example is our energy partnership. Actually, at the moment, we are dealing on different issues, and we have both men and women enthusiastically working on these fields, particularly exchange information on our energy transitions. We are half on the way, we could say. We are entering the second phase of energy transition. And we talk about topics like renewable energies, energy efficiency, and of course, green hydrogen. And we try to make best advantage of the benefits from both of our countries. And I can tell you proudly that in our teams, we already have the majority of women working. But to be honest, this is not normal in Germany. And I will read out a few remarks and a few figures. I will read them out in order to cite them correctly. So gender equality in Germany, as we heard, is high on the agenda of the German government. Gender equality is a key value of the G7's open, inclusive, and democratic society. And it is also anchored in the coalition agreement of our government. Germany keeps on advancing equality between women, men, and non-binary people globally. Therefore, let's have a closer look to the global energy sector, which continues to be male-dominated. Well, hence it is crucial to increase the impact of women in decision-making processes in the energy sector, but the lack of gender equality can be observed in industrialized and emerging countries. According to the IRENA studies, globally only 22% of the workforce in the oil and gas sector and only 32% of the workforce in the renewable sectors are women. But the majority of these women are working as operators and only very few in management and senior management positions. Although the share of women in the renewable sector is slightly higher, it does not mean that the energy transition favors empowerment of women. Let's have a closer look on the photovoltaic sector, which is with 4.3 million jobs worldwide in 2021, the largest employer within the renewable energy sector. The share of women working in full-time positions in the PV industry is only 40%. However, even here, most women in solar PV hold administrative jobs, 60%, only 30% of them work in managerial jobs and only 70% in senior management positions. The same goes for the wind energy sector, where according to the IRENA's wind survey, barely 13% of managerial jobs and 8% of senior management positions are filled in by women. This shows, yes, there are more women in jobs in the renewable sector than in oil and gas, but with a clear imbalance between administrative and senior management positions. This is still a deficit. Globally, today, more than 12 million people are working in the renewable energy sector. This figure is supposed to rise to 42 million in 2050. Attracting and retaining the best female and male talents in this sector is key to ensure a successful and speedy energy transition. Furthermore, we at the Ministry for Economic Affairs and Climate Action are convinced that gender equality and especially women's empowerment are key determinants for advancing a just global energy transition. Efforts to promote gender equality and diversity in the energy sector have been supported by various international organizations such as IEA, IRENA, and also by the G7. Well, Germany has joined the Equality and Energy Transitions Initiative, which aims to close the gender gap in the energy sector by 2030. We must continue to work together on all levels to ensure that women are given equal opportunities to lead and succeed. That is why since 2019, we are including in our bilateral energy partnerships various gender-related measures. Together with the Global Women's Network for Energy Transition, we are supporting a global mentoring program, networking meetings, and specific skill developments. First of all, to increase the visibility of women in the energy sector, to show inspiring role models, and to help development of their skills. This year, we implement a mentoring program for over 120 women in the mid-management from more than 20 countries. We are happy to support the BEE-initiated Women's Energize Women communication campaign in order to connect, mobilize, and inspire energy women all across the world. Since November 2021, we have reached more than 5.3 million people worldwide via Twitter, LinkedIn, Instagram, and YouTube. As highlighted of the campaign, we will organize the second Women Energize Women Conference
algunos hitos relevantes del sector energético nacional, bajo sus dos mandatos y que han sido gravitantes en su proyección. En el año 2009 se promulgó la ley que creó el Ministerio de Energía. En el año 2010 se crea la ex Agencia Chilena de Eficiencia Energética, que cristalizó 11 años después en una ley de eficiencia energética. En el año 2015 se aprobó la Política Nacional de Energía, que actualmente en su segunda versión y año a año sigue aumentando su ambición y metas asociadas a alcanzar la igualdad de género en el sector energético. Y finalmente, en el año 2017, se lanzó una visión
In the year 2017, 2017, we launched an agenda of vision of gender that now is being implemented and has important challenges. We're going to discuss them today. So now I offer the floor to the ex-president of the Republic of Chile, Michelle Bachelet. Thank you very much, Maria Francisca.
Quisiera saludar a todas.
I would like to greet all the authorities present and all the attendees, all the teams present here. One problem is that everything has been said when you are the sixth person to take the floor. And I would like to thank the Project Energy Partnership Chile, Germany from GIZ Germany, the ICLAC, the Ministry of Energy, and the Government of Chile for inviting us. And the purpose of this conference is to create an instance for the discussion of the participation of women in the energy sector. And I would like to link that to a greater task that all the countries are committed to, which is the 2030 agenda as a key element to move towards development as humankind overall. We have a common agenda in that sense, but I will refer to the 2030 agenda and I will refer to the most important threat to the planet, which is the triple planetary crisis. I think it is one of the biggest threats to humankind. We know that the 2030 agenda calls us to respect the environment and to put at the core of everything we do the dignity of people. Of course, there are a number of objectives that we are all aware of, but the goals are related to the issue that gathers us today. The SDG 5 regarding gender equality that refers to ending all forms of discrimination against all women and girls all over the world. And number 7, that is about guaranteeing access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy to everyone. On the other side, one of the major concerns that exists is that this triple planetary crisis, and I mean to something greater than climate change. Climate change is
componente es la
only one
tremenda
component. The other
polución
one
y
is the
contaminación de las cuales
pollution
también las mujeres
that
tienen un
women
impacto
are
mucho
also
mayor que
suffering
otros.
at a
Y el
greater
tercero,
extent.
naturalmente,
And
es
the
la pérdida
third
de
one is, of course,
biodiversidad
the loss of
que la hemos visto
biodiversity
además con todas
that
las
we have seen
zoonosis y las
already
pandemias
with the
y que sin
zoonosis
duda
and the
tenemos una
pandemic that
oportunidad
just took
para
place. And without a
enfrentarla
doubt, we have an
internacionalmente
opportunity to
debido a
address
algunas
that
discusiones que están en
internationally
curso.
because of ongoing negotiations at the moment. Now, climate change is, of course, related to global warming, and it all goes back to greenhouse effect gases emissions, and this has led to a crisis that is unprecedented. And we all know that greenhouse effect gases emissions come from the energy sector, which is responsible for over 70% of the emissions worldwide, more particularly the production and consumption of fossil fuels, let's say power generation and transportation. In the case of Chile, it accounts for 77% of the total emissions of the country. And this reinforces the need for moving forward in the decarbonization of the economy and also looking for other energies that are cleaner and more sustainable. The countries have made agreements regarding a number of topics, and the agreements are beautiful documents, but the implementation doesn't move at the same pace. And we have seen the latest reports of the world conducted by the UN and other agencies saying that we have moved slowly to fight against the triple planetary crisis. Yesterday or the day before, the UN launched a document that talked about the defrosting of the glaciers and how this is increasing the sea level and how this is also increasing the temperature of the ocean, and it will affect many ocean species, and it will cause, of course, food security issues. So internationally and regionally, we have certain agreements that are basic. But the problem is about the implementation because that's a huge difference. And the same happens with gender equality. No one would say that they are against that, right? Everyone says that they are fighting against inequality. And I'm not talking about you guys. I know that you are fully committed, but well, I'm trying to remember another point to make because of my previous role. There is even an international agreement that was created as part of the Human Rights Council, and it was voted in the General Assembly of the UN regarding clean environment, sustainable environment as a human right. So there is a framework in place already. There are international agreements that, in theory, would allow us to move forward. Now, back to the triple planetary crisis, you will probably say, first of all, we need to look at women not as victims. I don't like to use that word, but let's say that they are impacted heavily. First of all, climate change is not gender neutral at all. We have seen that the effects of the climate crisis, let's not talk about the world, let's talk about Latin America and the Caribbean. Over 50% of the population lives in areas with a high level of climate vulnerability and vulnerability to climate disasters, and the Caribbean knows this. And also, as usual, the poorest people and women and children are heavily affected by these events, and it has a direct impact over them, and it also affects them in the sense that it generates a social delay in advancements that had taken so long to be achieved. We saw this with the pandemic as well, and it delays development, and it also impacts democracy. And the UN and UN women, represented here by our colleague, I'm sure that she will address the issue as well. The UN has pointed out that women that work in farming, for instance, especially in rural indigenous areas, generate between 45 to 80% of the food in the developing countries. So all changes regarding climate, whether drought, floods, affect them in their livelihood, in their income, in their food security, even greater than men. Social development. This is something that ICLAC has said many times. It's not only about eradicating poverty, it's about creating inclusive development with greater equality to increase the capabilities of people, especially women, and also to expand their freedoms, their dignity, their autonomy. So first of all, there is a direct effect over women greater than over men. Secondly, there is a direct impact between or of pollution, the second element of the triple crisis, and women, because women in many places, in the most vulnerable places, women usually stay at home and cook using fuels that are not necessarily clean, as it was mentioned already. So pollution and the respiratory diseases happens more often to women than to men. And thirdly, a key to solving these issues is that women are people that have certain patterns of consumption. So it's key that women also embraces or also addresses generating consumption patterns that are more suitable to the challenges that we are facing at the moment. On the other hand, I would like to point out key elements. First, what is the participation of women in the energy agenda? I think we heard about the world, the region, and in the region, women represent 60% of those that are graduating universities. So, this argument that there aren't enough women, I would say that it is just an excuse. When I was in UN Women, we tried to include more women in the process of negotiation of peace and safety, and the explanation was always that there weren't women, and there were many women, they were just not visible or they didn't want to see them. And there is a difficulty here because in the STEM fields there are fewer women. I understand that. I understand that there is a priority that I will not address now. There will be a panel later, but only 30% of women, where we have 60% of women graduating, only 30% of women are graduating from the STEM programs. Now, if we look at the workers in the energy sector, I think the minister said this, only 20% of women are women. In the subsector of renewable energies, that increases to 32%, but there's always a caveat here, and it's that 45% of that 32 is in administrative positions and 35% is in non-STEM positions. So I was in San Francisco visiting different companies, several companies, and in some places you would hear, oh, we have a large percentage of women, but it's mostly people that do cleaning services or secretaries, but they're not in key positions or executive positions. And we have heard that the boards in the energy sector is even lower. The representation of women is even lower, accounting for 5%. If we move to oil and gas, women account for just a quarter of the workers. and they are underrepresented in technical positions. The opportunities for having a career are biased because of this male construct, because men account for 4/5 of the executive positions. And a study from the Platform of Women and Environment from 2015, a long time ago, but back then only 10% of the positions in ministries of energy in the world were women, and let's hope that that percentage has increased. The ambassador said it, women are half of the population. In Chile, I think we're over a half. I think it's 51%. Therefore, half the potential for change in the world is going to waste. So, since Chile is a country that enjoys soccer and not everyone enjoys or understands this idea of rights, and I've used this analogy. Chile loves soccer, and I would use this analogy saying, could we win a match using just a half of their team? No. So the same applies to the country. We need to use our full potential. And we know that there are stereotypes, gender stereotypes that exist in all societies, and in some societies are run deeper and they start at an early age and they create a situation that's completely different from men to women when it comes to deciding for a program of studies that would allow them to be part of other industries because of previously assigned roles. So, to face inequality around gender, I'm telling you this because the speech is sound nice, the narrative is nice, but we have to overcome the bottlenecks in order to actually move towards gender equality in energy and in other areas. So, in that sense, it is key to create a public policy because it fulfills a key role. Now, in my experience in UN Women, I found that when we talked about principles, people would not listen. Some people would not listen, and they would say, I believe in women. I have a grandmother, I have a mom, I have a daughter. A president would say that. Or another person, after a long time trying to convince this person, they said, Michelle, I love women. So clearly, they had not understood what I was talking about. So I want to say that we always have to fight for the rights of women. We have the right to make our contribution to society, and we also have to show that it isn't only fair, it's also smart, it's also important, it's relevant, it is something that it is beneficial for all of us. And I would like to share with you some information because there are so many studies already that have shown that when women participate more in the economy, countries do better. They are more successful. Companies with more women in their boards, of course, there are women, but in lower positions, they have a better performance in three economic indicators. Their financial uh, stability is higher. This isn't just for energy. I'm sure that in energy they've not studied this because there aren't enough women to prove this. The return on sales is higher. The return on the investment is also 60% higher. The IMF, when Christine Lagarde was there, was part of that. She conducted a study showing how the GDP of the countries would increase. I do not remember the figures, but they would increase majorly with high participation of women. And during my administration, we studied this and we were able to show how important this was. Also, how are women spending their money? Because we're talking about development, inclusion, and in the OECD, they have shown that women reinvest 90% of their income in their families and communities. They care for children, they care for healthcare, for education, for feeding their families. So, closing the wage gap increases the standards of living of the families and communities. And this is impersonal to the few men present here. Men only reinvest 30 to 40% of their income in this same areas. So when we have more women participation in the decision making, in the definition of projects and plans, it will allow us to respond better to the different needs of men and women, and that will turn us more sustainable in time. According to figures of the World Bank, between 2000 and 2010, The increase in the income of women in Latin America and the Caribbean helped decreasing extreme poverty. I am afraid that with the pandemic this changed. This is all to say that incorporating women in a sector that is well positioned in terms of income generates better conditions and better opportunities for women. Therefore, we are returning their dignity, we are guaranteeing human rights, and we are materializing equality. I've spent too long already, and I would like to add just a couple of points more. In the world, we have a framework of agreements to move forward, and also in the region. In the context of the energy transition, first of all, we have a region that's doing slightly better than others. While the world has 14% of renewable energies, our region has 34%, one of the greenest regions in the planet. But still, we have a long way to go to overcome fossil fuels. Regarding the sources of power generation, Latin America and the Caribbean is committed to renewable energies. 60% of the power generation is based on renewables, mainly hydroelectricity, whereas in the world it only accounts for 30%. Now, if we want to create an energy policy with a gender approach, we want to take into account social relations between men and women and their different energy needs, and that the design of energy policies historically has not been a process based on participation nor with the participation of women. And the minister talked about the importance of the participation of women. The ambassador talked about the importance of participation and representation as well. Now, what are the challenges? To make information available, to know progress, to know how the gender strategy else. Secondly, to find out more about instruments, policies, and plans to promote gender equality. Thirdly, accountability, which is key. Who is doing what with which metrics, and up to what extent we need to be accountable for things. We do have the framework in place in order to move towards an energy transition in the region, and we have the OLADE agreement from the Latin American Organization of Energy, run by a Chilean person right now, Andres Royel, who was a minister during my second administration, my second term. And there are countries that have national laws in place. Chile enacted its law last year. And also in the region, we have a different feature, which are the ombuds people of the environment, based on the agreement that was signed in Costa Rica, one of the best agreements in the world. We have a number of policies in place, and we have this conference and others, and another meeting in Latin America that set forth an agenda of regional development and the national network and the international network of energy and gender. So it's key to move forward, and ICLAC has said that we need to overcome gender bias from early education. We have to give more scholarships to women. We have to help teachers because it is less likely that they encourage women to move towards STEMs disciplines. This is something that we have talked about from the moment I was in UN Women. Why are women not interested? There are so many theories. Actually, chancellor of the University of Harvard, and it was his last day. It wasn't well, it was his last day actually. He said that women had no brain or enough brain capacity or something like that. Maybe he used different words for the areas of mathematics and physics and so on and so forth. But there are examples that that's not real, that women have a lack of encouragement, that teachers do not give women the same importance when it comes to learning certain issues. I think that there are things we don't know that we have to study more in order to become more effective in our policies. And there are so many things to mention, but I have already taken too long. And I just want to wrap up by saying that there are good examples in the region. Yes, we have the roadmap of Panama that in 2022 set the goal of promoting the activities and participations of women. It's a good roadmap. I'm not sure if it has been successful so far. We have the Ministry of Mining in Colombia with a program as well. I'm not sure how that is going. And also the Ministry of Mining of the Dominican Republic that proposed a number of experiences, as well as everything that the minister mentioned from Chile. And I would like to wrap up by saying that it is key and it is very important that we have a reflection, but more than that, we have to look for successful experiences and to look for a way to continue moving forwards into gender equality and incorporating women and young people, new generations, because they are key when it comes to facing the future challenges for the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean. And it is also important to match the technical knowledge with the political activity because without political agreements, we're not able to overcome the major challenges we're facing as a society. A overarching agreement is key, and the agreement needs to be concrete. Otherwise, we are not going to be moving forwards, and we are not in a position to move back or roll back in terms of the rights of women and children. And I always look for arguments to convince those that don't believe that women should be involved fully, right? I think it's key that women and young people are key to face climate change and the necessary energy transformation. And it guarantees greater democracy, it guarantees human rights, and it, of course, promotes the creation of a more diverse and inclusive society, which is key for a more fair and equal society. And in that, we all have a role to play. Thank you.
Perdón, perdón.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. When the minister talked about women with mirrors, I remember that he always says that we are better with the soft skills. But the truth is that it is true that we are more careful, but it is also true that many times, Minister, we do very hard things, and maybe having a missile is very difficult. My experience as defense ministry when we incorporated women in their theory, always women won. The ones that knew how where to focus and were women, and they won because we have more fine movements and skills that soft skills that are very positive and many countries in the optical company. I'm not talking about the classes, but big satellite ones. Many workers were women because that fine motricity is important, and we are strong. We're able, and we also have many capacities that are important. I don't know if the energetic one. We need to combine all of our capacities. I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you very much. We thank the words of Michelle Bachelet, ex-president of the Republic of Chile. And before we continue now, we know that Minister Orellana has other commitments to attend, so we really do thank his participation
Igualdad de género en energía, le deseamos una excelente.
and his commitment, and we wish you an excellent journey. I'd like to introduce now our next panelist that is going to be with us online. She's Brigitte Baptiste. She's a Colombian biologist that studied in the Pontificia University with some studies in biology. She's an honoris causa doctor and doctor honoris causa in laws by the University of Regina. And she's part of Alexander Humboldt. For the year 2019, she's been part of the EN University in the studies of sustainable development. She's an expert in environmental issues and biodiversity is an important leader in biodiversity is part of the international studies associated with the management of biodiversity. Welcome, Brigitte.
Muy buenos días, María Francisca. Muchas gracias. ¿Me escuchan bien? Bueno, un saludo ante todo a la primera presidenta de Chile, Michelle Bachelet. Es un honor estar en su compañía. Y además...
It's an honor to be here with Michelle for all the gender equality and the climate issues. And well, they really leave me without any comment. Mr. Secretary, Diego Pardo, Ministry of Energy, and Minister Orellana from the Gender Equality here in Chile, and George Maue, representative of the Ministry of Climate of Germany, and also Mrs. Gerber Marie Felder, all the assistants that are here with us in this such an important reflection that is part of the energy in the climate uh, energy. Talking about the scope, the main scope that would have. I would like to go straight away to a subject that I think it's worthy to discuss it during the session and the next sessions that we will be having. Uh, and it is related to the effects of the energetic transition because we have excellence and it is part of the PAL that were quoted in the figures, which is the situation, which are the trajectories that have been taking place in the climate change, the climate risk, and others, as well as inclusion processes and participation of women in the public policies of these countries, with all the differences that we have in each of the regions. But the projection and the main future issues, they opened the risk, and these are different to the ones that we've been having in the energetic transition. Is something that deals with us all, and it is now a part of everybody. We have even signed agreements. The most recent one is the Agreement of Paris with some goals that are very ambitious and very qualitative. Why? Because in many countries they're not in capacity of inducing these commitments without destining an important quantity of efforts and resources that eventually will be allocated in other parts. And for that, I will be discussing this lately. The transition of energy has been focused in the lack of carbonization, and the decarbonization is a problem that Latin America doesn't have. If it is not, it's associated to the forestry issues. Different countries have different figures, but none of the countries they have that because the energetic transition should not be focused in the obsession of the decarbonization. And in that regard, I believe that we have to consider in how the energetic matrix that are changing, they respond to the social priorities more than the competitiveness or international global commitments. Why? Because there's an opportunity of injecting flexibility to the social policies, using resources that we need to ensure the equity and the participation of us all. And we don't need to send them for the development of energy. It's very different to discuss the transition of Chile and Peru that has some areas with a sun exposure that is huge, with a power of energy that is clean on that sense. But they do have an impact or the wind power that they have on the Caribbean as well. But equally, they do need processes of mining, processes for line construction of transmission. All of this is either in a group of distribution, consumption, and the administration of energy that
En contravía,
could not be given
ya hemos obtenido en términos de equidad.
as an opposite of the results of gender equity. The urgency that they doesn't mean that we are going to raise what we've been constructing, risking to consume new energies with some things that I would like to share with you. The reconversion, the changes of the system of governance are going to affect women And we would hope that this, going hand to hand with the acceleration of the transitions of the participation of the society, they would accelerate the the need of urgencies. The example that I want to bring, for example, as it is in Colombia, we have some commitments. The energetic transition in Paris, for example, the commitments that have been taken there, it is part of the Carbono, and this implies a change in the policies of exploration that is under discussion in a route that is under transition and in the new governance. And there are new ways of energy. We're betting for new ways of energy. In this bet, the wind and sun energies they start having a very important technology, but at the same time, there's an evidence of some policies that are behind these processes, the implementation of these processes, the licenses, for example, environmental licenses, where the indigenous communities uh, and this is something that is part of the transition. Why? Because they have an important consideration. I mentioned this again. We have the idea of the urgency of the transition that will impose at the very end market solutions, and this is something that is in detail, and due to the participation, due to the investments of the expansion to improve the interconnection, Latin America as well, having an interconnected system to share all the alternatives of generation that has very different elements, because we don't have the average women, we don't have the Latin American women, the typical, where because they exist with a great quantity of conditions, women of our countries with a complex, a very difficult intersectionality, where we have women that are old, that are colored, that are they come from forest, high mountain, all of that. So there's a diversity, and it's important to visualize them in this process of transition where we are, and we also have the rurality and population that go hand to hand with each of our countries in the roles of women and how they've been evolving. And concerning that, I believe that a model of transition, energetic transition, has many technologies in processes of experimentation, and where we need to explore the effects on gender equality, the participation with the opportunities with women opening up and going beyond the barriers that are going to have access when it's needed. There's a series of effects that are collateral depending on the transitions that are related to the fiscal loads and the governance, as it has been said before, with an increase that is generalized of the costs of the energy, and that has very important social effects because this redistributes the tensions, changes the role, and change as well the opportunities of industrialization affecting all the economy. This has been mentioned before, and this is part of the access to the basics, talking about the collateral effects that are well understood. So I believe that we need to resume our efforts due to the implication, because we have new measurements and new technologies, and this is related to the energetic transition. I would say as well that the educational matter, that subject is essential not only in this political transition that are going to guide that have this this development, but also women that are new, and they have also a growing participation of women in all the spaces to understand how to operate with these synergies for women as well, and it's essential. This is related to education in energy. That is a specific element with which now I'm going to put an end to my presentation with this, with the education in energy, because energy is not only the one that rules in the normal network. It's not only part of what we do, how we connect with a cable, with the mobility of a boat with cargo, behind all the functionality of all the ecosystems. There's a green infrastructure that is not allowed. And this is for this common part, and we know that it cannot keep transforming more because we have the agreements of the summit. For example, we had this in Canada for the regeneration with this type of these incentives in the energetic transition done with some impact in the ecosystems and the vulnerable populations. This is bad for the recovery, many other things that we have affected many things in many situations with a sort of entrepreneurship. And this is because there's an element of equity because all the countries that are under the indexes, and this is part of the entrepreneurship that is regenerative and is very innovative for the reorganization of the territory and also to reorganize the matter of the energetic position. So there we would have an element of construction that is expanded in the environmental issues. And also, this is connected for this area. Why? Because the energy transforms us as collectives, and in each part of each trajectory that we define for the rest of the century, we make a social experiment that we cannot do that. I mean, it is part of the recollection. So I really do thank you this opportunity, and I wish you the best of success for the rest of the event. Thank you.
Agradecemos la...
We thank the presentation of Brigitte Baptiste. And before we continue, we know that the ex-president, Michelle Bachelet, has other commitments to comply. It was an honor to be with you today. Thank you very much. She has to leave now.
Les pedimos por favor quedarse.
Please, you remain seated because now we're going to start with the next panel. Please remain in the room. Please do not leave. Thank you very much, colleague. We're going to start now. We put an end to the first motivational panel, and that moves us in the key aspects that motivate. And I would like to introduce the first panelist, Janet Sanchez, of Santiago, the year 2017, Doctor PhD in Public Policies and Social Transformation for the Autonomous Area of Barcelona and of Louvain venue. She has a master in the planning by the University of Texas and with a master in Flaxo, Ecuador. And she's also an economist in the University of Ecuador. Janet, you have the floor now. Thank you so much. A bit difficult to speak after these stars that we had today. Now we have half of the room with us already. Many already left, but it's time to assume the next group of women that is going to be with us in this session. The challenge of telling you what moves us in tasks that are so transcendental and important as the transition, energetic transition that as it has been expressed, already stated with all the ministers. Also, the ex-president, Bachelet's ex-president, Brigitte, also told us that now we are facing the need of transforming that go well beyond what could be recognized as a sector. And the energy has that capacity of a transforming beyond the energetic sector. And this is the reason why it is so important that we women are there being as we are change agents and transformation agents. So it is important to have the opportunity to be part of a process that would unchain among all the transformations a change that is necessary and is part of the civilization. So I'm very honored to be here in this panel, in this discussion that is so important from our division of natural resources in CEPAL. We understand that the gender equality is essential for the sustainable development of a region beyond these changes, as I said, transforming socially and environmentally the times where it's necessary to consider the models, productive models, if we want to move on in the sustainable management, but also those that are ready there for the S5s and the ODS7. And if we have more synergies and we can have them in the different objectives, and we've seen a lot, many expressions. And as a region, we can move on in this difficult task of achieving the Agenda 2030 that every time is like leaving us, because we are halfway. Uh, we are almost only at the half of the steps that we have to go through to reach that important agreement, also regionally speaking, of the Agenda 2030. From the ECLAC, we are promoting that the countries of the region, they move on towards the energetic transition in a fair manner, inclusively, with new regulatory frameworks that should include and consider the gender perspective. We need to ensure the rights to the access, not only the access, but the property, because we know that many of the energetic sources with these possibilities, with the non-conventional energies, is part of the property of the land that is also going to be important. So we need to rule these ways where women are not very present, as well as boosting all the public alliances that are private with all the civil society. And all of that is aligned with the goals of the objective for sustainable development, number 5. As our secretary already mentioned, we still have many millions of people that in a region, they don't even have access to electricity, something that doesn't happen in most of the regions of the world. We don't have systems of uh, clean ways to do things, and the population without access is increasing even more in the in the countryside, where most of all women they are responsible to tackle with the cooking, the provision of energy, many times not safe and polluted, as it is the combustion or the biocombustion based on wood or other biomass sources.
que estamos viviendo ahora
The impacts of the crisis we are undergoing, and we have said that these are cascade crises at its back. And also, former President Bachelet talked about the triple planetary crisis. So there are a number of crises that are happening at the same time. There is a health crisis, there is an environmental crisis, there's a social crisis with the flow of migration happening all over the world. And because of all of this, we have to think that changes need to happen at a faster pace. This isn't how it used to be, where many decades had to go by in order to move towards a transition in a slow pace for changes to happen. Now, the fast pace in which we are being impacted by the crisis is requiring from us that we move faster and that we make decisions of greater impact in order to promote changes. In many of the vulnerable households in our region, it's women, mostly women in the rural areas, those that are responsible for access to energy, which also restricts their ability to fully participate in the economy and in the society overall. And the same happens with water, right? Two of the resources that are most fundamental and basic to sustain life. For instance, the most vulnerable households have, in average, 9 times less access to power in comparison to those with higher income, almost doubling when it comes to rural population, according to the studies that have been conducted by our department. By being energy, a key energy for economic and social progress, as well as a major factor in the fight against climate change. As it has been mentioned, not only the fight against climate change, but also the fight against other very severe environmental problems in terms of biodiversity and others, the protection of the environment, as well as the preservation of natural resources. It is key that we tackle this with the gender approach in order to guarantee that the costs and the benefits of the energy transition that we decide to undertake are fairly distributed among men and women. As it was acknowledged beforehand, the issues of energy access to the sector of energy, to the entire productive chain of energy, as well as on the side of consumption and power distribution, they're all biased. They're all distributed unevenly in terms of costs and benefits between men and women. Therefore, any type of energy transition that we think of undergoing, or whatever number of transitions that we're going to have to undergo based on the conditions of each country or each region, needs to be planned considering the involvement of women. Even though in the region we have made progress, the energy supply has increased in 2.3 times, and the participation of renewable energies has expanded even faster in comparison to those of fossil fuels from 25 to 32%. It accounts for one third of our energy matrix. We still have an energy matrix that is largely dependent on fossil fuels. It is important to guarantee that the policies and energy programs are designed to serve to serve the specific needs that men and women have. Another key aspect is the urgent need of promoting innovation, research, and the development of technologies for the energy transition, including the gender approach. There is a huge opportunity ahead of us for technological development and for the development of energy solutions that are sustainable in the region, in which we also have a huge availability of natural resources. Furthermore, the new challenges of the technological revolution that is happening at the moment. Many of those situations will happen in the energy sector. So if women are not represented, if women are not involved in this major transformation of the energy sector, we will not be involved in the technological transition either that is going on at the moment and that needs to include us. For instance, in the generation and use of renewable energies that could improve access to energy to rural and isolated communities, there are opportunities, there is potential there. And we know that women are usually the main breadwinners in those households. And there are initiatives in the region that, even though are small in scale, it would be interesting to analyze them. For instance, in the case of Nicaragua, where they worked in training rural women on the advantages of the different renewable technologies and their advantages. And former President Bachelet talked about the cases of Panama and also the cases with the mining sector and the mining ministry in Colombia as well as other countries. So it's about having an overarching gender approach in all those sectors where women have not traditionally been involved. We know, in any case, that the participation of women in public policies and in the energy management is low in our region, and that limits their ability to um, shape the decisions that impact their lives. Very importantly, knowing that basic resources for life itself, such as water and energy, are resources that are not necessarily available for them. And that access is key for the survival itself, as well as for the transformation of a society into a society that needs to include access to resources that are basic for life. As women, we have the ability to generate significant changes in how we use energy and how we produce energy, and also in how we engage and we interact with our planet and society overall. Women have a key role to play in the energy transition, not only in our region, but also in the energy transition, globally speaking. There is also a need for developing capabilities and technical capabilities in terms of gender within the energy sector. There is a need to incorporate the gender approach throughout the different links of the chain in all the programs and all the policies, but that requires specific skills and specific technical education that needs to be strengthened. And these are the sectors, or this is the sector that is not necessarily included whenever we talk about the gender approach, and that is why we have such a low participation of women in the sector. Education is a key part of this. Education is a fundamental human right, and it is key in order to achieve gender equality, to promote the independence of girls and women, and to guarantee the full development of their potential, as it was mentioned earlier, not only in the more traditional areas in which women have historically been placed, but also in these new areas where innovation is happening at all times and impacting very deeply. Along the same lines, it would be key to promote equal opportunities without discrimination in the energy sector. Many women are still facing barriers in terms of access to opportunities, access to employment in this area. It is key to guarantee that both men and women are able to participate in equal conditions across all the different levels of the organizations. As Mrs. Bachelet said, not only in administrative positions, not only in those positions that are related to care and maintenance and cleaning, but also in the executive positions and in those areas related to technology, for instance. Simultaneously to that, we have to promote the participation and leadership of women in the implementation of the energy policies. And by the way, I would like to congratulate the presence of the Minister of Women's Affairs of Chile because she talked about how that task is undergoing in the current administration in Chile. Women are key agents of change, promoters of change and transformation. And we can and we should be involved in the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. And this is one of the most important goals, which is access to energy. It is important to acknowledge such a key role in the creation of an energy transition that we have to guarantee that is sustainable, that is just, and that is inclusive. In the energy sector, luckily, there are women in leadership positions. Let's not say that there are the majority, but there are leaders that have had a huge impact and that whose stories and contributions have to be acknowledged and valued. Women within the UN system, for instance, Rachel Kite, who was the executive director of the initiative Sustainable Energy for Everyone of the UN, that is a name that we can name, or Cristina Figueres, who was the leader of the negotiation of the Paris Agreement in 2015. These are just two clear examples that women can be in leadership positions and women can have this feminine approach that can make a contribution with a significant impact over the energy sector and the fight against climate change. Our region is not the exception. We have women that are leaders in the area of energy that inspire us and encourage us to have a greater participation. I am professionally and personally thankful because at ICLAC, my energy team is completely comprised by women. We are having the opposite bias, I would say. So it has been a contribution that has been of a lot of impact.
Digamos, se han planteado.
And let's say that different tasks have been proposed, and I would say, and I hope I don't have a bias, but I would say that those responsibilities would not have been undertaken in the same manner if we would have had a more traditional approach. So women came along to incorporate a new vision. They had no fear when entering this new sector. They had no fear when moving towards non-conventional energies. They had no fear when proposing the creation of different platforms for political and technical discussion. And I have been happily surprised, and I'm happy that I made the decision to create a team with these members. Now, as women, we are moved by the need of making a contribution, leaving behind us a positive legacy for the future generations, and also this idea of a region with access to affordable and sustainable energy for all people, regardless of their gender, ethnicity, sexual orientation, economic situation. If we want to achieve a fair and just energy transition in the region, the incorporation of the energy approach cross-sectionally is key to guarantee that the voices of women and girls are taken into account cross-sectionally, especially in those levels where decisions are made, can definitely make a contribution in terms of bringing along new opportunities, new mindsets, new experiences, apart from improving the efficiency and the quality in the supply of the service, including women in the energy sector, is not only an issue of social justice, it is also an issue of efficiency, of innovation, of strategy. Just like former President Bachelet said, all together we can work to guarantee that women are actively involved and give their contribution to the energy sector, and that they're giving an opportunity to develop the potential that we women have and to contribute towards the sustainable development. Let's all bear in mind that the gender approach applied to the energy sector is not only an objective in itself, but also a very powerful tool to promote gender equality. We have to feel encouraged by the transformational power of energy as an engine for change, as it has been stated by ICLEC, of the social and economic development and the unique opportunity we have ahead of ourselves to create an energy future. It needs to be more inclusive. We cannot miss out on this opportunity. Altogether, we can make a difference from any scope of action that we are in, whether it's the academia, civil society, private companies, the energy sector itself. Let's make a contribution towards the gender approach in all the sector to promote a regional energy transition that makes sense for everyone. Women are agents for change and transformation. We're key, and we need instruments and opportunities. We cannot once again lose out or lose this opportunity in a situation where the times are difficult and the region has been disproportionately affected. So that is where our energy needs to go. That is where our commitment needs to be. And we hope that this is a political commitment as well from the different levels where decisions are being made in order to include the abilities and the potential that we women have as half of the population of the region. Thank you so much.
Agradecemos la intervención de Janet Sánchez.
Thank you so much, Janet Sanchez, Director of the Division of Natural Resources of ICLAC. At the moment, we are going to mention that those that entered and did not sign up when entering the room, do it when you leave, please. And also, let's remind everyone that we have people online following the conference. Now, let's continue on with Lucia Escudo, who is a sociologist graduated from the School of Social Sciences of the Universidad de la República, and also with a master's degree from the University of Campiña, Brazil. She has worked with the Population Fund of the UN as coordinator of the Gender Information System of the National Institute of Women in the Ministry of Social Development. Professor, researcher from the School of Sociology of the School of Social Sciences, and also from the master's program for Gender and Public Policies of the School of Social Sciences. She has also worked in NGOs and in multidisciplinary spaces of articulation of public and private entities. Thank you, Lucia. And I am currently the ECLAC official for over 12 years. I've been working with ECLAC for over 12 years, working from the Gender Affairs Division. I would like to thank the organizers of this conference. Thank you for gathering us today to be part of this panel to motivate people. What greater motivation than listening the former president and former high commissioner of the UN clearly that leaves everyone with a lot of enthusiasm and encouragement. And clearly, today's session is going to be very important. From the division, we wanted to share with you some encouragement, ideas, and combining those formal aspects of the work of the UN with thinking about what moves us, what encourages us. I found that to be very encouraging, actually, because clearly, as part of the UN system, the first thing that moves us, that encourages us, is the fulfillment and the respect for human rights of all people in all places. And this means to promote and to support all the commitments that are related to the respect for human rights of men and women. Now, from the region itself, and with a more with an approach that looks at Latin America and the Caribbean more than anything, what moves us, what brings us to the office every day with renewed energy, and not the energy that you talked about earlier, but the energy that you feel from people, clearly has to do with the commitments that our member states are able to enter into every 3 years in this intergovernmental scope, which is the Regional Conference on Women, that comprises what we call the regional gender agenda. The regional gender agenda that is being receiving input since the first conference in 1977 in Havana, Cuba gathers a number of commitments, agreements, and it identifies what I will share with you, the structural knots of inequality, and it calls upon the member states precisely to design and implement actions to close the gaps, but on top of that, that they move towards sustainable equality and the respect for the human rights of women.
Important. And I believe it's very important as well to emphasize that this regional gender as well, and it has been posed by the ex-president Janet in her interventions, is essential and is very synergic with the great global commitment that the countries have. And we all have, as the public officers in all the United Nations, that is the Agenda 2030 for the Sustainable Development. This agenda goes hand in hand with this global agenda, and without any doubt identifies, as I said, four structural areas in Latin America and the Caribbean from 2016. There are the conferences where, without any doubt, we see the adoption. We started working with what we call the structural knots of the lack of equality. It was the conference of the year 2016 in Montevideo. And clearly now this is how we have identified these four knots that put barriers and do not allow the sustainable development with the guarantee of rights for women. And these are, I had a presentation only with the visual scheme of the these parts and the autonomy. I don't know if we have this information now. I will find it, and in the web page most probably appears the diagram. Anyways, these four parts that we have identified all together with the member states is related to the executive secretary with the socio-economic and the persistence of poverty in the framework of an excludent framework within the unfair care organization with the concentration of pain and hierarchical knowledge and with discriminatory and violent areas that make precisely all the aspects that affect the physical autonomy of women. I listened to everybody that came before me, and in each of their presentations, without any doubt, I saw and I remember examples, and I believe that each of you will have these examples of each of these structural nodes for their development, professional development in the region. But Janet planteaba que I thought about figures as well. 60 million people do not have access to the energy, electrical energy in the region. And I thought about every 100 men in poor households in the region, we have 113, 115 in poor homes. So poverty is a structural part. And if we talk about that more than 10% do not have access to electricity, we're not only talking about a problem of the 10% of households in the first fifth part, but we talk about a representation of women in those households that do not have access to electricity. And when I think of that, I think about the second structural node when we talk about the division of work and the unfair um, part of the care of work. And I think about the data of collection of wood, for example, of logs, where that is a question. Guatemala, for example, is one of these countries, Uruguay as well, but countries where there's an important weight of rural populations that should have should know about this. How long do women dedicate time to prepare their households because they generate sometimes the fuels, and obviously, women the ones that work with water in this first fifth part in that area where many women do not have access to these woods. There's an overrepresentation of women. If you click here, you have the complete diagram here. So, okay, Marina, in the third note, we talk about the concentration of power, and Janet is putting this slide with there's so many faces of women that are very capable and have achieved to be in places of research on decision and work in the matter of energy. It is clear that women in Latin America do not have access to these positions. And I'm going to tell you something very important now. I'm going to talk about what motivates us. So I want to tell you something personal. The weekend, my dad sent to the family chat a recognition to the Ministry of Economics and Finance of Uruguay, had a recognition in the Economic Forum, and they tweeted that I don't need anything. Women can make it. And of course, we raised the family polemics and said, okay, I don't need installments. The Ministry of Economy of Uruguay to a decision of a public area. Typically, for each ministry director, each area, there's a pile of women that do and they're not getting there. They cannot make it. Most probably with the same capacities of other women and many of the men that are there without having to face these specific barriers that women face. So welcome the recognition to all the women that reach and have and are able to make it in these positions without leaving aside the training of everything that we do. And it is sufficient with knowing, I'm going to tell you about the figures in the region. We have in the parliaments 33%, 36 women, but what it is, the government, the local ones, the local governments where women, they're very present in the community life. There's a 25% of women that where we should think that the politics, it is very nearby to women near the region. 1 out of 4 authorities are women. And the last note that is related with violence, where clearly now the femicide is a phenomenon in the region and is full of paradigm for the gender violence. But there are other figures that also link the matters, the lack of physical authority, and also they bring a matter of what we've done in the sexual division and the unions at an early stage in a region, Latin America and the Caribbean. It has the figure, the sad figure of the phenomenon of the pregnancy in teenagers, in girls. And one of the rates of girls that are larger at the global level. And this, without any doubt, implies that from a very early stage, the sexual division of work starts to raise these barriers of access precisely to all the areas of the social life, the decisions, the capacity, decision taking of these girls than women, because their figures for time of work of girls between 15 and 19 triples some countries compared to the the colleagues or brothers, men most of all. So with that, the objective of what I'm saying was to share with you, just one click, here the 4 notes and also the conceptual map that moves us and also has been agreed in the framework of the conferences. And lastly, to close, I would like to um, leave you this graphic that you see that is related to the transformative proposal coming from the last conference of women, that is the Society of Care, where I believe that it's as very valid, more valid than ever, discussion of the access, the production to energy, for the Society of Care. We are talking about the first, the care of people, of the right to receive care, also for self-care and also for the care of the planet. And there's no discussion of care of the planet. This discussion only with what happens with the production and the access to energy in the region. Clearly enough, I believe that this is scheme, it's life, and it's something that we're posing for some months now. And we have discussed this with the governments in the framework of the sustainability in the life of the region, where we identify these 4 actors that are part of the welfare. We have the status and we have the community. And also, this heads to the importance of the eco interdependency, the link with the nature, what surrounds us. In these margins that are green in the diagram, with the interdependency of people and the need of the core responsibility for the exercise of the right of everybody. So I leave you these ideas that motivate us a lot. Let's hope that this motivates you as well. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much, Lucia. Just to put an end to this third panel that moves us around, I would like to introduce Maria Galia Grocero. She's an economist with a specialty in international relationships, public policies, governability, and finance. For many, has served her country, Ecuador, as the Ministry of Social Development, and she's a technical secretary of the External Relationships and Human Mobility. Also, she's an advisor in the National Assembly, and she's been working for more than 20 years as a public officer. And she's a consultant of public organisms in areas of development and implementation of public policies oriented to the international cooperation, empowerment of women, focusing in a free world, promoting the defense of the rights of women, LGTB, and QAMEs. From September 2022, he's the head of the UN Women in Chile. Thank you so much, Fran, for the presentation, and because it comes from you, you also motivate us as these young women that are studying and creating their own future. They motivate us a lot, as you do. I would like to start my presentation by thanking this time that you have given me and for thanking those that have allowed us to be here. Energy Partnership Chile, Germany, to the CLAC as well, and the Ministry of Energy and Federal Ministry of Climate Action of Germany. I would like also to try, to address some subjects that have not been addressed and in what we consider in the UN Women, it's important to think about the gender diversity and promotion. In a traditional sector, there is masculinized, we have our challenges. And we have a way to go with a great strategic power, not only for the country, but for the Latin America region and the Caribbean. All this also allows us to look at the opportunities that may represent the talent and the leadership of women in this space, as well as a distribution that is more equitative. What about the people? We have had advances in this subject, but I would like to accentuate one that is related to the participation of women, the one that is represented in the industry, and also in this what is hidden um, of the success. There's an important rate of the renewable energy, and we have challenges ahead. And the idea is to take a look at what we have left in the administrative matter. This is still something that motivates us, moves us. And also when we look in the region of Latin America and the Caribbean, that a fifth part of the job positions and a 1/10 part of the executive parts they're used by women, they're occupied by women, this needs to call us for action. And also I believe that there, for this data, I think it's key to understand the multi-dimension when we consider women in the access, control, and the property of the energetic resources. And also, when we think not only in the distribution of the benefits, but also in what Mrs. the President Bachelet deals and discusses with the differentiated impacts. Why, why and when do we need to be there? In the structural notes of the gender equality, I would like to complement what Lucia has said because it allows us to move on to consider the model that we need. What do the states want? What do the parties want? Considering the sustainable development, but if this is not in the center, women cannot understand, maybe they can, how to enjoy things in the political, social equality. We as women, we've been moving on and working on one of the strategic objectives related with the session of the work market in this lack of discrimination. And we've been working with the state and also with the private sector. And we believe, and I would like to measure the words of the ones that offered some information before, because they normally they do have that difference. They can be in the design and in the implementation of programs for public policies and energetic policies, but also they make the difference when we consider other parties, additionally speaking, in the private sector and other alliances, but also we consider the power that is in some areas as the energetic cases and in the technological development that could bring to the productive and chain and the innovation. So I believe that there, one of the things that we recognize as on UN Women, the strategic alliances and the support of the private sector in the implementation of the empowerment principles of women in the incidents in the environmental area of the market as well, because we are here with these sectors facing commitments to the sustainable development and the ODS 5. Why? Because these are allies in the boosting of the promotion of equality at places, for example, where it is the workplace, as well as the equality in the chain of value. With this, and considering what was about this panel, or what moves us, Janet talked about the drivers, and Lucia, you talked about what brings you here. And I would like to discuss and talk from the mobilizers as well, the possible mobilizers, but also in a way to leave this on this table as challenges that are full of defiance. Now, I would like to start in the Ministry of Orellana in the importance of continuing working in visibilizing and in women and visibilizing other things. Many times it's difficult to put that slide, recognizing and visibilizing things because they're getting things, and many times we visualize things. And this exercise, this is important, and how these leaderships and references make changes internally, thinking about the state, the policy, the public policy, and the private sector of the companies. And how can these be changes or agents of change to specifically review these bias and these stereotypes of gender that still are present? In second place, I believe that is important as well to um, bet for different models of change that allow the organization to be more inclusive and diverse. Why? Because here, thinking about the experiences that we had in the region and how the commitments of high management with the participation of more women, different levels of the organizations allow to advancing the priorities in the strategic planning, in the things related with conciliation and work flexibility, because many times these are not in the committees, are not in the human committee, they don't see that. And how is this going to boost the diverse spaces? Then in third place, also making reference of the importance of looking at the chains of supply in a value in an industry as the energy is. I believe this is very important, the way to look from a gender perspective that allows us to consider the policies of acquisition, and also how do we get what we get to get to companies that are guided by women. I'm not talking about the investment because it's something that we do and that's it. It's something as what the industry says. This is for the financial returns that this gives us. Considering the supply chain is something responsible.
Finalmente, quiero también
Additionally, I would like to address the issue that the states discussed in the latest legal commission regarding women, because I think that there is an opportunity for this sector whenever we look at the potential benefits of the digital transformation. And why am I mentioning this? Because if the digital transformation does not allow us to change the employment structure already in place, let me tell you that over 26% of employment that women are in will potentially be replaced according to the IDP. The employment will boost in male dominated areas. So we have to plan ahead for that. We have to be one step ahead. We have to look at those needs. We have to think of those skills, the training, the certifications that will be needed. And of course, what this means, considering the education of girls and to promote the careers of women in the STEM areas. And I understand that there will be a panel around that later on. To wrap up my intervention, I would like to refer to the areas of financing for the development of international cooperation. And I would like to mention two elements that I think are important and I believe have not been mentioned yet. The first one is related to how do we think or what do we think of the roles of the development agencies and different financing entities in order to promote and put in place financial instruments, incentives that allow to generate research, to allow in innovation, to allow to invest in innovation in technological transference for companies led by women that give them the opportunity to be part of these sectors. And I think that this brings to the table the agenda of Peace Abeba and what we still need to do, because let me tell you that only 6% of the investment funds are devoted to companies led by women. We still have a financial gap of $5 billion for companies that are owned by women. Even though there are more assets, more venture capital, and more private equity investing in women, even so, we need to move forward in terms of financing structures that allow us to have that financing available for women. On the other hand, we have to think about how to shift towards international cooperation and the mechanisms that it has. And GIZ has an historical presence in the region in order to mobilize those experiences that were mentioned earlier from some countries and that will be discussed later, to generate good practices, to promote private-public partnerships, to engage in intersector dialogues. One of the activities we had not too long ago, together with the GIZ and UN Women, was an intersector dialogue between energy and mining to give visibility to the different strategies in place. So, in that sense, from the role of the cooperation agencies and international entities, we need to become also agents of change. Furthermore, when we think about sub-regional and national agendas, and I would like to go back to the words of the ambassador when she talked about the feminist of foreign affairs policy, when she talked about the importance of having a greater representation of women in those instances where the negotiations take place in order to finance the policies, and many times women are not included in those instances. And in that sense, I would like to invite you to rethink about how, in these instances, the platforms can be strengthened. Regional platforms like the European Union, Latin America, for instance, and other Latin American instances of interaction where certainly sometimes, yes, there are women, but sometimes we are not visible. And it goes back to, and I'm going to wrap up with this, it goes back to the importance of moving forwards, thinking about the importance of having consistent policies, both in the national and international perspectives, in the national governance as well as in the international governance, and the importance of the stakeholders to be involved and to realize potential benefits that we have been working on, so that an industry, for instance, like the energy industry, to be able to be fruitful, and that women are finally able to enjoy the benefits of that in equal conditions in terms of presence, and that we become agents for change, because we know that we have not yet been able to overcome gender stereotypes and barriers that we have in this space. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a Gabriela Rosero.
Thank you so much, Gabriela Rosero, head of the Office of UN Women in Chile. And with this, we wrap up the third panel, What Moves Us? So we thank all the panel members for their interventions. And now we would like to invite all the attendees to stay, because we have a fourth panel, which is Education Prepares Us for Life. And with that, I would like to give the floor to our colleague that will be moderating, Silja Dresser. Good morning. It is a pleasure to be the facilitator of this panel on education, what prepares us for life. But does it prepare everyone the same way with equal opportunities? What is the gender bias in education and how to eliminate that? This is a panel that proposes sort of a tour along the bias that women and children, women and girls suffer or are subject to. And first of all, we are going to give the floor to Gloria Borner regarding the STEAM, as in the English acronym, with the gender equality approach. She's a psychologist, researcher, and gender activist from Argentina. Argentina from 2001, she's been leading the area of gender and social policies from Flaxo, Argentina, the master's degree on that topic, and she is the coordinator for UNESCO for Latin America. And from 2010, she is coordinating the Network for Gender Equality, and in 1979, she created the Center for Studies of Women, CEN, and the post-degree study of Women's Studies in the School of Psychology of the University of Buenos Aires. And also she has conducted a number of pieces of research and also training in the areas of women's science and technology. Gloria, please, the floor is yours. Thank you so much. And honestly, I'm happy and thankful for the invitation that I've been given to be part of this conference and to share with you a number of issues, a system, I would say, a problematic system that we have to respond to. We are already doing that, but we still have a long way to go to find more efficient responses, more effective responses to overcome the persisting inequalities that are many. Whenever we hear about the challenges that we still have pending in terms of the challenges that we still have pending in terms of gender equality. From the very beginning of feminism, I would say, historically speaking, we have always gone back to education as one of the alternatives, as one of the ways in which we have the ability to overcome inequalities. Now, what type of education? What education are we even talking about? Right? Education is supposed to give us the answer, is supposed to be the answer. Education is supposed to be the answer to the inequalities that continue to exist. But I would like to challenge that argument, and together with UNESCO, that I'm part of at the moment, I would like to propose you to rethink education that we need in the current social, economic, political situation that we are living in today's world, more particularly in our Latin American region. The education that we have, and I think it has been mentioned earlier, even former president said that education continues to have stereotypes and gender biases that are not necessarily benefiting, that women are encouraged to be involved in some fields that continue to be male dominated. That is why I really like this proposal from UNESCO, which is a need for rethinking and reimagining our future and establishing a new social contract for education. But what type of education do we need? We need education that promotes interdisciplinary action, interculturality, the development of critical thinking, the ecological responsibility based on an approach of equal rights with equality and justice. Do we have that education yet? I would say that we do not have that education yet. So we need to promote that girls and boys attend school and that girls are able to choose maybe a field of the sciences if that is what they're interested in. But first of all, we have to look at how we do that, or but even before that, we have to think about how education needs to change in order to become the alternative to promote equality between the genders in the world.
Mm, Bueno, ahí voy. Muy bien. No veo muy bien, por eso voy a tener que ir un poquito más
I
lento.
find it difficult to read, I'm sorry, but
Voy a hablar de una
I will share with you one experience that we have been conducting and that other countries have been putting in place as well in order to transform their education on science, technology, and innovation. In our case, with the emphasis on including the gender approach in those new programs that are aiming at not only encouraging people but also aiming at guaranteeing that women are able to develop their full potential during their areas during their school age and later on while they are involved in the labor market. This is what we call the STEM proposal, but the STEAM, and this is a proposal for the definition of STEM as the integration of knowledge in all these fields. But this is just one model. The other one is the STEAM that includes science, technology, innovation, mathematics, and it also includes arts. And I would like to explain why this is the proposal that we opted for. Not art as a discipline itself, but art as creativity, including design, for instance, of new solutions to the ongoing issues of the fields of science, technology, and innovation.
la participación de las mujeres.
Now, the participation of women in the STEM disciplines is an issue that continues to be a concern. Why is that? Because there are fewer women than men according to global data, and women are not choosing these fields. Already in 1965, an American researcher, Alice Rossi, asked a question that has given place to many pieces of research. And the question was, why so little women? Why such a few women, especially in certain disciplines? Not necessarily biology, where women are the majority or almost the majority, but why so little women in engineering? Why fewer women in IT? Why fewer women in physics? Why so many women in biology, for instance? So, this is a question that has given place to a number of research initiatives, and there are certain answers to that, and they are listed on the slide here. And the same answers continue to come up. While I was preparing this presentation together with my team, I was looking at this, and this is a presentation that I have given before, but I updated the information, and I was looking at the answers that the research gives us to the question as to why fewer women. First, gender stereotypes in the families, in the social environment, in the media, in the gameplay, in their educational context, also social representations of the disciplines as being very difficult, highly demanding for highly intelligent people, and also social representations of the life project of those that are involved in these disciplines. For instance, that they take too much time, that it would be very difficult or impossible for women to do this. Also, because it's mostly women that do the work of care, and the social representation makes it seem as though it would be very difficult to continue to do that care work and also be involved in these areas. Also, the impact on the professional development from roles, attitudes, and mandates of gender. For instance, the care, labor, and the expectations of success between men and women. So, this summarizes very briefly the answers that came up from many different studies as to why so little women, why such a slow transition. Those are the questions that we have seen posed. Why in lower positions? Why are women not reaching at the same rate as men to the higher levels of these scientific or technological careers? Why are they acknowledged less? Why are their scientific papers, for instance, not acknowledged as much? Why are they not filing for patents? So there are many studies to address these issues, and these are some of the answers that they have come up with.
Ahora, frente a esto, a estas explicaciones,
Now, when we look at these explanations, I would like to share a personal comment with you. I'm not fully satisfied with this, let me tell you, because I think that we need to explore in depth what's going on with those women that do choose for these disciplines, that do have a professional development that is highly successful, that are involved in these areas. And I think it has to do with your comment and the comment of other colleagues before me. How are the different advancements in terms of production of new knowledge and the creation of new technological solutions that are created by women, however, made invisible or having less visibility in comparison to those uh, advancements that have been done by men. It's not that they're unable to opt for these disciplines. That's not it. We keep having more and more women as part of the STEM fields. However, whenever they have a breakthrough or an accomplishment, they do not receive the visibility or the same visibility as men. So, what are we going to do? What can we do? For many years now, we have been working on how to integrate to the STEM education, how to integrate the gender equality into the education in sciences, technology, and innovation. And I am not going to read the entire slide. Feel free to do that. I won't be able to read it all. But you'll be able to see here what we're doing. So we are proposing within the specific programs with professors, more especially, I'm sorry, teachers, high school teachers, because that is a key age bracket where they make the decision to be involved in those fields. So we're trying to change social representations of these disciplines. We are changing the content of the syllabus, and we are trying to address the bias that prevent women from becoming involved in these areas of knowledge. The different expressions of sexism and the different institutional cultures, which is another interesting issue. For those women that do make it, that are involved in these fields, that are part of these male dominated areas, they do not have a good time.
tenemos ejemplos de
And we have some examples of how do we manifest sexism in these institutions of research and also in the companies of, for example, the technology companies as such. Okay, good. And given that I'm running out of time, what can we do concerning the stereotypes of gender in this technology and innovation? First of all, to visualize these stereotypes of gender and ethnics and capacities that are the same, and consequently, the performance and the consequences in the educational performance and the evaluations of the different fields of knowledge. And then incorporating results that are recent about persistency and changes in the pattern of gender, technological presence, as well as others. This is very important. Right now, we have important advances in the studies of the gender stereotypes and the technological developments in the video games, in the artificial intelligence, in the virtual assistants, in the algorithms, and the production online, the same as the research, right? And the work and that is best well known is the novel of Siebenberg that has put in evidence how many researchers apparently that are objective, neutral. In reality, they're based in the many cases exclusively made out of men. The results they generalize the university of men and women, important errors in the scientific field that have consequences in the incidence of how do we use these results. Was, for example, the production of some drugs and some technological creations that do not have the same consequences in men and women.
Este es nuestro programa. Que ya lleva
This is our program. It has been so for some years now. And 2 minutes I have left.
haciendo.
I'm going to show you what you've seen. Our program started with this initiative of the Teach in South America. You can see here where we train 200 teachers and representatives of some Latin American countries in this focus. STEM education in the average level of education, representing different parts of the region of Central America. Out of this, we had an important impact, and we've seen a focus on gender. And we drafted 30 projects to deliver the focus on gender. And we have this network that is very creative and continues working with this focus. Also, we have last year we had training educators at an average level to give for the CEIVAL, an institution of Uruguay that dedicates to that, to these matters. I'm going to close right away. This is not sufficient, anyways, it is not. There's no way we can find this sufficient because we urgently sit looking for this type of imagination, delivering different things in some areas, for some practices in around these learning areas that guarantee the science technology that is understood and is generated as well with the focus of gender equality. Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias, Gloria.
Thank you very much, Gloria. I'm sorry.
Seguir lamento-
We're going to continue with not a lot of time. And you have given me an idea and an answer for the discussion. Let's hope we have some time. And we can start working. Carla Sedamo on Mexico. And we're going to continue with the title of interest, impact of women in the superior education, STEM education. But before I hand the floor, I would like to introduce you, Carlos Beca. He's multidisciplinary and is responsible of the Laboratory of Innovation and the Institute of Renewable Energies of UNAM of Mexico. doctor in engineering or the implemented sciences, a leader in the fields of social sciences and innovation and sustainability with the gender's perspective. And whatever it is, resilience in the ethics of Cuba and Colombia. Go ahead, Carla, and thank you so much for the opportunity of sharing with these extraordinary women this space. And especially, I would like to mention the crystal generation, as we were not understanding the things that we need to do. So thanks to this youth that allows us every day to start and to, because they deal with the impact, contextualizing, as my colleague said, I'm not going to get involved with this, just remembering the short rate of women that we have studied this system. Here you can see that on this part that is darker. It means that we are at a 40% because in general we are countries that do not have many women that are really there, getting there. And the interest in these careers, we have to have the freedom. And women, we don't have the freedom. If we're not free, we don't have agency. And the thing is to start asking about the interest. What about the income? Why? Well, first of all, the studies. Where do we enter in these careers, in this type of studies? We need to work on the interest, but when there's interest, we have the clock study, first of all, and we deal with important barriers. So we can and have more women into these spaces. We need to have specific campaigns that are oriented women per women. We need to have an effort to look for the women trying to have that interest. The criteria of recruitment, they need to change. In our country, 15% of they're less than 15 years. If we have those barriers that are social, culturally speaking, in our culture, it is very important that we have other areas of recruitment. So we have some spaces to train women that really attract us, where we can feel how these gaps have hidden us during over time. And of course, we're not alone. And there's an elite and there's a privilege to be able to get in. Women all day, they receive harassment, sexual, um, they have sexual problems from the very beginning. They wake up in the morning until they walk to public transportation, for example, for university. They are harassed every day. If women think that this deals with equality and we have this problem from the very moment we enter into where we need, it is not the case. And most of women, we suffer from pain with our menstruation, and until we don't understand that this management is communitary and we have a common responsibility, and we deal with that, the assistance to classes and the understanding of these issues, we won't be able to do anything with the way we're doing things. We need to talk about menstruation, and of course, and I'm going to see what to do in the area of the recreation. We cannot do this in the same way. We're going to explore our youth, and we are having a sort of urgency. And this is something real. It needs to be permissive, and it's not the same way for the engineering men and women, where women we cannot take the beer, for example, or losing control in the same way we are part of our communities. We need to recognize that and we need to assess that. We need to do something about that. Has been said that the STEM degrees in the university, the STEM degrees in the terms of study in the United States, we see the figures, and then we have those studies that are dealing with energy. They need to have more engineers. Which barriers? I was going to quote the Clark study I'm not gonna get you bored with this.
¿Cómo está esa barrera? Lo que yo quiero resumir es
In the first one, I would like to say that it takes more things. We need a full community. The state has the responsibility to take care of our children, not only men. And so the universities and the industry. So there's a great industry. What about that? The next barrier that is related to culture of those that have the privilege of the equality and the oppression. We need to remember those that have this privilege, those that are sitting here, that this equality is difficult and it's painful. And we need to be to have this solidarity, and we need to do something about that to take away that part because we've been very expensive for the others. So the third thing here, and the crystal roof. I think that it's with asbestos and concrete. Another thing is crystal. It's very difficult to break it over, and we then forget that we are not that masculine, and we need to break it. And then the fourth thing, we are not there as the last resource. There are many, many problems that need to be solved, and when we understand that we women, we're not doing that, and there's a visualization of men, we're going to transform the species so more women have the freedom to choose what we want to do. Why is so important? It is due to the impact that we women have, and with all due respect to the group, we're not an important element. We are the important element. The management of women is a matter in the agenda that is very urgent to understand. We need feminist, energetic women that deal with that. And we have an economy, and we have to take care of many things with all the society that needs to be to transform in the collection and the accumulation of goods. So we understand that we're dealing with the surveillance of the species. That is feminist economy and dealing with the spaces. This is what we need to teach in the classroom. We need to teach men and women that have this type of logic, and especially in the spaces where we have things ready. And just to put an end, I would like to insist in the importance that we need to have more women in the spaces, not only for women, but for the trans women and for men that are trans as well, because these are people and that are the real, and the fact of including more women in STEM degrees, they have that commitment of the inclusion that is gonna give benefit to all the communities, and it is due to the energetic transition that needs to be fair, needs to be sustainable, and needs to be included, or if not, it should not exist. Muchas. Thank you so much, Carla. Also, for opening our eyes to only these academic things that are of influence, of course. You have made me think a lot for including the discussion. And first of all, I would like to listen to another colleague, Carolina Dutra of Brazil. Carolina also is one of my colleagues of Brazil, and is an electric engineer, graduated in the Federal University of Santa Catarina with a master in innovation management of the École des Mines de Saint-Étienne. Then let's start with the French and then turn into English. With measurement and quality of energy and consumers in the coordination of some projects of development in the social area, where she's been working with some areas to improve the conditions of the life of the communities that did not have running water, and she is currently part of the Committee of Investment in Brazil. and she works in the area of renewable energies with a very large participation of some vulnerable women in these courses. She's going to talk about the Interlink project with the training of men and women of STEM, and is going to give us the presentation in English, answering also the questions in English.
Portugal is not really good, so I will try in English. So, well, as you heard, I'm electrical engineer, and for the last 25 years, I've been most of the time the only woman in the room, and this is not very comfortable. And I hope in the future, not many girls will have this experience, and we can change this um, um, situation. So in Brazil, actually, not many, we didn't have a lot of development in those numbers. So we have only 7% of girls in courses in renewable energy. And we have a huge challenge to change this number, this 7% to 20% by the end of 2024. So we are running out of time, and we have really to discuss and do something about that. And what I will show you is what we are really doing right now in Brazil. So how we manage, how we decide to change those numbers. We were very much inspired by the United Nations and what we are doing right now here, putting all the players together to talk about that and to do something together and sometimes individually, but with the same goal. And who are our players? First of all, women. In the early age, they are not very much encouraged to enter the careers. When they enter the careers, we have a high rate of dropouts, and we have to change that. And when they graduate, they also find it very much difficult to find a good job or a good position. So this is our first group of players. We have the companies, and surprisingly in Brazil, we have a lot of companies really working on to reach the equality to the end of 2030. So they are really looking for women in the market. They want to hire them, and you can see those advertisements. They are really calling women to join the sector. But what they say is that they cannot find those women because if we have a number of only 7% of women graduating, how can they have 50% in the market? So this is another player. And the third player are the schools. We have really good schools, really good courses in Brazil, but you can see their marketing, their communication, it's really very masculine and it's not appealing. We have to teach school how to communicate more equally. So let's think about putting them all together, and that's the name of our project, Interligadas. Interligadas means in English, interconnected. So we connect players and put them together in the same platform, and we have discussions and we share good practices. So companies, schools, women, women entering the market or women already in the market can find solutions. So this is more or less the very resume of the Interligadas, and it's supported by the Ministry of Education. We, together with also the Women in Solar Energy Network, we launched the Interligadas, and those who participate, they receive a badge, and they have to share what they are doing so others can learn from each other and replicate the good actions. To subscribe, to enter Interligada, it's very easy. There is an online form where companies, schools, and professionals can join. We have very important tool that was the Ministry of Education launched and approved 17,000 scholarships in renewable energy market, in the renewable energy courses. And for the first time, we have quotas for women. So the minimum quota is 20%, which is still very low, but comparing to the 7% that we have in our reality, it's quite a challenge. But schools that have more women interested, they can have even a higher rate, a higher number of scholarships given to women. We have a website explaining all the Ligadas project. We have the main tool, I would say, is the social media, where we really can engage young women with schools, with companies, and there we share opportunities. We have more than 15,000 girls, women entering every month this website, and we see really this number getting higher and higher. We have a digital magazine to show the good practices from the companies, from the schools, and with a language that reach teenagers. And we talking about reaching the teachers in class, so we have also a gender awareness course, and we will have 2 editions this semester, 2 more editions the next semester. So we are trying to reach teachers nationally from Amazon to the south of Brazil, and talking about gender awareness and how to what are the good practices in class. We also connect senior professional women to the young girls and young women that are entering those courses in the mentorship program. So it's not for senior women, it's for the very young age where they will still decide their careers. And we have actions, local actions, where we put together in the same school professionals, industry, and teachers all together in a fun day, and it's quite emotional. The first edition was in November last year. A lot of girls cried, very emotional, because they didn't know. I would say 95% of girls from the public schools, they don't know about renewable energy. They don't know about those careers. They were so excited to finally see a path that they can follow. So this is more or less, and I'm really finishing. We have nowadays more than 30 big companies joined already at Interligadas. We have schools and we have senior professionals already connected and doing their part. We are still open to have more, and because the project continues till 2024. And I would like to finish asking you if you would like to connect with us and have it interconnected with us. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Caroline. Eso ya.
Thank you so much, Catalina, and thank you so much for the invitation to engage with you and to be part of this network activity that is going on. This is actually a very good opening for a short Q&A session. Unfortunately, we are running out of time. However, I do not want to miss out on the opportunity to ask questions and to engage in a dialogue, and I would like to open the floor so that if there are any comments, if there are questions, you are more or less close to a microphone, please feel free to raise your hands and share your experiences very briefly, or maybe ask questions to the panel members if you would like to do that. And I would like to attempt to have an instance for participation would be for we leave for the lunch break. So please, everyone, do you have any questions? Any questions or thoughts from the presentations now, and especially in the education panel? Maybe there are experiences that you would like to share. I know that we have a number of women that are engineers that are here present in the room. And I think that we could definitely learn from the experiences of others. The floor is open.
Hola, buenos días, creo todavía.
Hi, good morning or good afternoon. I'm not sure. Thank you so much for the presentations. They've been very interesting. I am Diana Rodriguez from the Division of Gender Affairs from the ICLAC. And I would like to remind everyone not to forget the vocational schools because we have information from our papers regarding how much this sector is overlooked and in areas of lower income or in areas like the energy area or areas related to STEM disciplines, almost 50% of the required skills are applied. So it is very important not to forget this, also because of an issue of inclusion. Women that need to have access to the labor market more quickly usually opt for vocational schools. So let's not forget this sector. And it is part of the STEM field as well. So I just wanted to put that on the table.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
Contribuciones más.
Thank you. I am going to give the floor to two more people and then we are wrapping up.
Muchas gracias por las presentaciones.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentations. My name is Maria Jose Osades from Uruguay, from the Energy and Mining Ministry. I loved the experience Interligadas. I found it very interesting. And I have a question for you related to the engagement with private companies. We know that the energy sector is highly male dominated. So I started thinking about my daughter because last week they visited an ITC company and she was very excited when she came home because there were many young women that were encouraging women that were exciting to see. So what is the challenge for you? Because when it comes to engaging with students, by having less women, we know that the role model is missing. We know that there aren't examples to follow. So how do you work on that as part of your program? Is this something that you have worked on? Thank you so much, Maria Jose. I'm going to take another intervention. I'd like to give the floor to one more person. Yes, go on, please.
Sí, soy Blanca Velasco, soy
My name is Blanca Velasco. I am an economist. I graduated in Paris. I'm interested in seeing what Carolina did in the Minas school.
No sé si se escuchó.
I'm not sure if you were able to hear, however. I work in the area of innovation. I have for many years. That is my professional background. And I am part of the board of the Advanced Center of Electrical and Electronic Engineer from the Santa Maria University, which is a technological university here in Chile. I have been a professor in the area of engineering and innovation. And one of the things that I found important, that I find important, and it goes back to the presentation we heard a while ago, is about how we assess projects. What are the indicators that we're using? Because in order to measure and define public policies regarding this issue, we need that public policies also have that gender context in place. And the educational level, of course, is not only acquired because you made a decision, but also because of how people work, because of how people live, because of people reproduce and produce themselves. So congratulations, first of all, for organizing the conference, but I believe that we still need to have a greater conversation regarding the issue and definitely a call to action. And I believe that the indicators and the instances to put in place reforms hand in hand with the digital transformation is something that needs to be included. I am right now working on a project for technology for family health care centers for Chile with the WHO with the Pan American Health Organization, and the way they assess projects is fully biased, especially in the ministries that have to pay for things. And the conditions in which the technologies are adopted are completely biased because the issue of the technological adoption is sometimes not considered. Thank you so much, and I'm sorry once again for having to cut the conversation short. A brief reaction, please, from Carolina and Gloria, and otherwise, if you'd like to give final remarks, otherwise, we need to wrap up immediately. So you have 1 minute each.
Speech. Actually, so Inteligadas, you talked about role models, because we don't have that many women, but we still have them. So this is also the purpose of Intelligada. We have to show off. We have to put them in a platform, talking to the young girls and showing them that it's possible. And the events that we do in local, in those schools, that they are really a success, because in those events we put those role models, those few role models that we have regionally, to talk with the young girls, and it makes the difference. It's really the way we have to do, in a way presentially or in a platform like Instagram. Yeah. And about the other question, where is there she is. So yeah, right now we are not judging projects, what companies should do. I don't know if I understood your question, but we are accepting everything, every idea. If the purpose of the company or of the school, of the institution is to change those numbers and to try something, we are saying yes, yes, let's come together and see what happens if you have a success project or not. So let's learn from each other. And this is our purpose right now.
Sí, bueno, yo quería aclarar lo siguiente. Yo creo que el primer desafío, obviamente, y la compartimos las tres, es cómo fomentar en más mujeres el interés y el deseo y también el coraje de elegir estas carreras. Pero no, para mí ahí no termina la cuestión. No es más mujeres. Es el gran desafío, es qué tipo de formación se les proporciona, qué tipo de trato reciben las mujeres que son minoría en estos espacios, qué tipo de oportunidades se abren para ellas en su desarrollo luego laboral, cómo inciden las culturas institucionales, que verdaderamente hemos hecho varias investigaciones y hemos visto los sesgos machistas en las culturas institucionales de las empresas y de las universidades. Entonces, creo que como ha pasado en todos los otros campos en los que ha intervenido la teoría feminista, el enfoque feminista, más no es suficiente. Se necesitan otras cosas, que son estrategias de transformación de los patrones sexistas y excluyentes o de subordinación, digamos, de las mujeres a una cultura que no las representa.
Muy rápido. En México tenemos una asociación que se llama Voz Experta. Somos 150 mujeres expertas en energía y nuestra función es visibilizar. Esa es la función. Intervenimos maneles, que son la gran mayoría, todos los eventos donde solo hay hombres, por redes sociales y por los contactos en el sector que tenemos, los intervenimos agresivamente para que haya mujeres en los paneles hasta que cumplamos las recomendaciones de la OCDE del 50%, porque conocer es resolver, decía Simón Bolívar, y si no conocemos a las mujeres que están y que estamos, no vamos a poder atender ese sector tan importante. Entonces, eso es lo que estamos haciendo como iniciativa concreta. Ha sido controversial, pero ahí vamos. Estamos totalmente pidiéndole a las empresas que no se anuncien y que no patrocinen eventos donde solo hay hombres en los espacios de visibilización. Entonces, eso es lo que estamos haciendo concretamente.
Muchas gracias, Caroline, Carla y Gloria. controversial, a mí me encanta, ¿no? Eso es una buena palabra para terminar este panel, me gusta. Muchísimas gracias a ustedes. Antes de terminar toda esta mañana y invitarles a almorzar, me pidieron las colegas que por favor nos tomemos toda una foto enfrente de las banderas, así que les invito a todos, todas aquí en la sala. Nos posicionamos por acá, enfrente de las banderas, una foto de todo el grupo y después sí hay un almuerzo brunch y ahí nos vemos después aquí en la sala de regreso a las 13:15. ¿Eh? Sí, 13:15, ¿verdad? En punto. Muchas gracias.
Hola, Rafael, ¿me escucha?
Sí, te escucho, Arturo, ¿puedes hablar? Ahí cuando puedas, siéntate y...
Atento, Rafael.
Eso, ahora lee un texto, porfa.
Atento, Rafael. Estoy en la sala Pevich. Atento, Rafael, ¿me escuchas?
¿Cómo está, señora? Ah, me está llegando el delay, me está devolviendo el audio del computador de transmisión. Ojo. Algo pasó.
Bueno, ahora sí, siendo las 13.
Okay, being 1:15 p.m., we're going to start with the next panel. Thank you so much for staying from the morning session, attending this activity. There are very interesting panels that we have to go over. And the next panel is called Overcoming the Gender Barriers in the Labor World. In the labor world, there are barriers, gaps, uh, there is bias for women, and this is a very broad topic, so we will try to be accurate. More particularly, and to give you some context, we have social cultural barriers that usually depend on the country, and there are political barriers as well. There are institutional barriers, and more particularly if we go to the world of entrepreneurship, energy, and other sectors, there will always be specific gender gaps in those areas. For instance, in the R&D sector, we see that there is imbalance not only in terms of the technical knowledge of women that are part of the sector, but there is also an imbalance in terms of access to information, access to financing, etc., etc. So we have four presentations, and we would like to start with a summary of a study on gender gaps in R&D and entrepreneurship in the energy sector of Chile that was conducted by GIZ, and Barbara Neira will present, and she is a mechanical civil engineer from the University Federico Santa Maria, from the Technical University. She is the energy advisor, technical advisor for the energy partnership. You have 10 minutes. Thank you, Adelaida. Thank you, everyone, for attending today. Thank you for being part of this conference that has been a huge effort between the teams of GIZ, the Ministry of Energy, and ICLAC. I wanted to tell you about what was the context of the study, which is framed within the Energy Partnership Chile-Germany that aims at promoting the high-level political dialogue between the Ministry of Energy of Chile and the Ministry of Economy and Environmental Protection of Germany, where once a year the ministers get together to agree on certain topics, and the issue of gender is very important for the G7. Therefore, that is why we're here today, and that is why the study was conducted in the first place. And it is mainly because for both countries, the energy transition, first of all, needs innovation at its core. And also for this innovation to be just needs to include the gender approach. So the study was conducted with the purpose of identifying the barriers in the world of innovation and development and entrepreneurship in the energy industry. It is highly specific, and it was the first approach we had to this specific scope of action in the sector. Overall speaking, the study was conducted by the Center of Gender Studies and the consulting company Deuman. Methodologically speaking, it was comprised by three stages. First, a review of the bibliography. Secondly, this was complemented with primary information based on interviews and surveys to women in Chile working in the area of R&D, and also women that are entrepreneurs in the energy area, and also the workshops. I'm sorry, and then with the results. The results were validated in a workshop. Now all the information is available, and we are conducting or planning, drafting an action plan to overcome the barriers that were identified thanks to the survey. Generally speaking, the interviews were conducted by different research centers with a variety of women that work in this field, also other key stakeholders that do not necessarily work only in energy, but are important in the ecosystem of innovation and entrepreneurship, and also trade associations. And the surveys were conducted only to women that are or that qualified as part of the area of R&D and innovation. With all this information, there were different findings. There are mostly qualitative, and during my presentation, I will share with you a couple of quantitative findings, but it was mostly a qualitative research. Without further ado, the results were over 15 barriers that were identified in the area of R&D and innovation that were gender barriers. And we feel that those more highly related to R&D and innovation are this. I will not address this in detail because we had a panel talking about how cultural bias and gender bias can have an influence over choosing a certain field for professional development. But with this, we got to the study of the Ministry of Education, where the enrollment for the first year, we see the first year of higher education, we see the studies under a gap of minus 66%. So complementing this with secondary information, we were able to see that the findings that we obtained from the interviews were checking, and these aren't just stories we hear. This is backed by data. Also, the organization of time spent during work life and family life, and this isn't a gap that women leave only in these sectors, but this is something they experience in all industries. Complementing this with secondary information, we got to the national survey of use of time conducted by the National Statistics Office that was conducted in 2015, and according to the survey, women conduct unpaid labor for 3 hours more than men a week. Therefore, once again, these are barriers that are represented in the sector and overall in the lives of women. Now, moving along to a different panel, or rather another scope of barriers, we got to organizational barriers. The first one that we have heard of a lot during the conference is limited access to executive positions. And in this, the Ministry of Energy of Chile is something that they've studied for a couple of years now. As you can see here in the picture, more or less 25% of people in the executive world and in boards of companies are women. And we hear that whenever we zoom in and we see where women are, they are mostly in administrative charges or positions, I'm sorry. And we were able to identify different mechanisms that are studied within gender studies, for instance, the glass ceiling that refers to different barriers that are external barriers that prevent women from accessing higher roles. And also the concrete ceiling that sort of women restrict themselves to access certain positions due to internal issues, and also the sticky floor, which is the difficulty to separate the private life, which is unpaid work, unpaid labor, with the work environment. Also, along the lines of organizational barriers, we had a couple of findings here. We realized that 45% of women that are currently working in these fields say that they have suffered discrimination due to gender during recruitment processes because of their age or because they were mothers. And also 56% of them said that they have suffered issues to access higher roles due to gender discrimination. This is a barrier that revolves around the need of having human resources and or talent management with a gender approach from the very beginning of the professional journey of women. This is interesting because when entrepreneurs were interviewed, no organizational barriers were identified because entrepreneurs have the ability and the opportunity to create their own space, their own institution, their own management. Therefore, if they're women, it gives us the possibility of overcoming the barriers from the very beginning, and to put the gender approach at the core of their organizations. And that was a very interesting finding. Now, wrapping up, the last area of barriers were political and institutional barriers. Whenever we talk about R&D and entrepreneurship, it was the most important one both for researchers as well as entrepreneurs, which is access to financing. It has been talked about beforehand, but when we complemented this with secondary information thanks to the surveys, we saw that in 2021, 68% of the grants for research projects were granted to men. If we move to the world of entrepreneurship, we see that the Forbes magazine, based on Crunchbase, which is the database that they used in 2022, they saw that in the world over 20 billion were raised in venture capital. However, only 2% of those funds were devoted to Latin American startups led by women, so this gap is huge. Clearly, a result of all the barriers that we have identified previously. And I would like to wrap up by saying that this comes from a report of the World Economic Forum, and it comes to show once again the gap to access financing between men and women, where women have access to half of the financing for entrepreneurship. However, when the performance of the startups are assessed, it is possible to see that women do have a better performance. Therefore, this is a key example. Complementing this with the other information that there are biases in place, that there are gaps, and there is discrimination when we hear that women who are entrepreneurs have a lower performance than men. There are other barriers that we were able to identify that are cross-sectional and not necessarily related to the world of energy, nor entrepreneurship, nor innovation. We see them in different areas. For instance, a lack of gender policies, lack of action plans within the institutions, problems with transparency in the wages, lack of policies regarding work abuse, and also lack of political measures to promote co-responsibility, which is something that will be addressed in the following panel. With that, thank you for your attention.
Muchas gracias, Bárbara.
Thank you so much, Barbara. Even though the study was based on the case of Chile, without a doubt, there is information that we are able to extrapolate to other countries of the region, and it will serve as input for the other presentations. Now, in order to continue with our panel, I would like to give the floor to Maria Luisa Somillera, who is the Secretary for the Energy Development of Tabasco. And regarding her career, she is graduating in business management from the University of Olmeca with a number of post-studies in the area of education, management systems, and also accreditation systems. In recent years, she was also the Secretary and now Secretary of Governance, Selena Augusta Lopez, and later on coordinator in that same office, and she will present a study on women leaving the energy sector in Tabasco. In order to find out more about the experience in that region, you have the floor, in 10 minutes. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be with you today, sharing the panel and receiving all the information that has been offered throughout the panel. Also from Mexico, you'll be able to see that this isn't something that happens only in Chile or in any of our countries. I would like to go back to feminist Amanda Labarca that wrote the book Where Do Women Go? And even though the book revolved around the right to vote for women, the question continues to be valid in all areas. It continues to be valid because where do women go depends on the political maturity of our countries. That is why I'm thankful to GSET for the invitation to participate, and thank you for the study that they conducted in the state where I live. So we have been collaborating with GSET for many years, and I thank you on behalf of the institution that I work with. Now, this is an exchange that will strengthen and promote the participation of women in the energy sector, of course, and in all the sectors.
Un poco para contextualizar.
Now, it's a little bit of context for you and for you to know where the study was conducted. These are figures that describe the state that I come from. The state of Tabasco is in Mexico, in the southeast of Mexico, with approximately 2 million inhabitants, of which 51% are women. And the main economic activities are based on extraction and production of oil. We also have in the state a long history from the 70s when we started working with the oil extraction, and it is expected that by the end of the year, we're going to be producing 1 million barrels a year. Linked to this, in the state of Tabasco, only in this administration, there was a new refinery built and it will be working by the end of this year, and it is called Olmeca, which is state owned. Now, in the area of clean energies, we do have huge potential thanks to the geography of our state because it is very rich in natural resources, in water, in sun. Therefore, there is potential for photovoltaic systems, for mini hydraulic systems, and in the future, we think that we could definitely work with organic matter, for instance, biomass. Green hydrogen also has potential thanks to the resources of our state. However, this is something that has not been explored yet. So this is the state of Tabasco. Other economic activities apart from the extraction of oil are based on livestock and agriculture. I would like to mention that the participation of women overall, let's say the political participation, we already have legislation by which there is a 50% quota of women required in popular election positions. So in the Congress and in municipalities, we already have parity for those positions, for those roles. And now positions for public officials, there is no requirement in that sense. However, this administration at the federal level, the federal government, from the very beginning set as a priority to have a cabinet with gender parity, even though there have been changes now because this administration took office in 2019. There have been changes, however, we continue to have mostly, I mean, not mostly women, but a high participation of women. For instance, nationally, 43% of women are rather 43% of the cabinet of the executive government are women, 43% of them are women. Just to give an example, we wanted to share women. For instance, the head of the energy secretariat in the country, and she's a woman. We also have the Secretary of Environment or the Ministry of Environment and Natural Resources, Dr. Maria Luisa Alvarez Gonzalez. In the state of Tabasco, we have the Health Secretary, we have the Education Secretary, we have the Secretary for Energy Development. So we feel that at the very least, in those areas, we are well represented, and those are key pillars for the development of society, right? Healthcare, education, and so on and so forth. Obviously, all of this history that we've heard of in the previous panels regarding stereotypes, gender stereotypes, how decisions are made, how society has an influence over the society, the decisions, I'm sorry, that people make. We know that the energy sector has mostly a participation of men. It is a very heavily male-dominated area. In the state, we had never conducted a study. We had never conducted a specific study to address this, and the study that we conducted alongside with the GIZ is helping us a lot in order to make decisions regarding public policies. Now let's move on to the findings of the study. As I said it earlier, we were very interested in conducting the study when the GIZ proposed us to be part of the study because the study is going to be very helpful as input for our decision-making process. Above all, in the energy sector, the study was conducted between December last year and April this year. The findings are fresh out of the oven, and it was targeting professionals, over 1,000 people. It was conducted online, and of course, it was conducted with people interested and or involved in the energy sector. Among the most important findings, we saw that the participation of women in the energy sector, in the conventional sector, for us that would be hydrocarbons, we see that there is 88% of women and only 12% of women are in the area of renewable energies. And the explanation for this is mostly that those work areas are, of course, in the hydrocarbons. So it would be impossible to deny this. The state is heavily devoted to that exploitation. That is where the most of the investments are. That is where most of the job positions are found.
Vamos a la siguiente lámina. Let's go now to the next slide. And we see here clearly if they work in the sector, the works that they have. They're many times, almost all the times, administrative, technical, and not very operative. And concerning the academical operation, the 80% of women just said that they worked a career related to the energetic sector, and their position is related to the sector. In our state, the universities offer the geoscience because they are giving sufficient things for the job opportunities, but also they offer careers in the environmental area and safety, so there are opportunities on that. Other important data that we find in the study and that we do agree on is the superior head of these people. In 86% are men, and the heads of these men, they're men. Well, the maximum authority of this body, they're men, the 85%, and also some answers concerning the lack of discrimination and for what it is, the discrimination of decision taking, and it is part of the training and others.
Entonces, con estos datos, el gobierno del estado.
With this data, the government of the state is very useful, and we see some areas of opportunities where we see our objectives and goals at a short term from the government of the state, and the training of human capital, agreeing on many things with a lot of light for everything that has been the training and others, and I do really do thank you for that. The work culture, because we agree that this should not be given by parity the spaces, but because there's a capacity related to the skills of women, and we believe that we win a lot of area. So that culture to incorporate women should be more and more democratic to consider this capacity. And the capacity for the gender equality, it is taken as a goal in terms of the answer that we had, commenting that still being part of a company, even then it is more difficult to be taken into account for the access of a specific training. And of course, the evaluation and the follow-up of this type of study that, as it has been said, we have to have a follow-up on a yearly basis to be able to recover the information and to recognize the advances that we have for the goal obtention for the policies that are going to be generated. Recently enough, it is like I shared an experience in Mexico where we had very important either car companies. It was an important congress back then, not a long time ago, and the companies are more interested in having women in their groups. So with this, I put an end to my presentation with this sentence saying that we have to keep working to win the spaces. It's not going that we think that we all do not work together, because we always have to work together.
Muchas gracias, María Luisa.
Thank you very much, Maria Luisa. To continue, let's come back to Chile, but this is to show something that for me, personally speaking, I believe is very interesting, and is the experience of Constanza Levican. She's a civil engineer, electrical, and magister in science of the Pontificia Catholic University in December 2017. He studied SANCAS, that is a Chilean standard, applying artificial intelligence with the trajectory as an entrepreneurship, has received many awards in the International Prize Innovation Pavoni 2021 in the category of Innovative Women. And also, she's a teacher and as well as director of the new area of climate change, Climate Chile. And Constanza is going to discuss with us the gender barriers in the development of innovation and research. Constanza? Thank you so much for the invitation. I would like to greet all of you, the authorities present, and also they're looking at us online. And I would like to tell you that my experience, my presentation is going to be testimonial. This is what they requested to do in the entrepreneurship way. As it has been said, I'm a electrical civil engineer, and as it has been said in the previous panel, only the 20% of women they study these STEM careers, but this turns out to be minimum in the engineering work. I studied, I had almost colleagues. Many times I was almost the only one, and this also happened with the teachers. I had a couple of two teachers in women in the 6 years of studies. This gives evidence of the first line of the barrier that we're listening to, considering the models to follow. I also studied engineering, the Magister in Science of the Engineering, and my part of the Magister was financed by Enel Distribution, where I am going to make a full system of micro network, a proposal that is for vulnerable areas in the resilience of energetic focus, and I'm very thankful for that opportunity. And I went every day to the corporate building, as every big corporation. The minimum of participation participants in the corporation were women, and in the meantime, I decided to start something of my own, and we introduced a prototype analyzing satellite images to perform a follow-up for the early warning of fires. And after some time, we started implementing that to understand the impact of many things in the photovoltaic plants. And then I started my entrepreneur's career, and I started what today is the Sancas Technological Company. The idea to turn this project, that first of all was universitary in a company because it has many challenges. These are the challenges of the business itself, and these are the ones that we have in common. meaning that if the opportunity of business, it does exist, but in the training of technological ways, that is the one that I never had even these deliveries or some courses and some studies for the entrepreneurs. Everything I had to learn it myself. So it wasn't sufficient with having the technology, something that we, the entrepreneurs, may believe that with that is sufficient, but it wasn't. But we had to work in knowing, getting to know the market, creating relationships that are long term with the customer, trust, model of prices, and all the segment of sales and everything that means creating a company. A company also in the sector of energy. So I have to open my own space. Always, the negotiations men were always my counterpart. I remember going to a workshop of sales where they taught us that you, to be able to sell, have to be very similar to your counterpart. They even said getting dressed, sitting down, and why is that? I asked myself if I'm, for example, I was 25, 26 years old back then. How? Because if my counterpart is a man, he's 20 years older, and we are very different. So I had to create a very own way and a way to open up spaces in the business of the energy. And in the year of 2020, I started closing the first contracts and I started working with multinational companies. But how did I do that? I did it also because I was a founder of Sankas. For the fact of having created my own company, is the access that I had with all the business stability, with all the presentations and everything. Sankas is a Chilean company that applies energy in the renewable energies. We make this wind protection as well, with sending to, depending on the regulation, as for what it is in Chile, we have an electrical coordinator, and also with a protection system to deal with the specific areas of the photovoltaic modules. And this dedication commitment for accelerating the transition, energetic one, through the technological innovation has led me to be part of the public policy, national and international. As for what it is, the national part, I was invited as a member of the consultative committee to update the energetic policy in the Plan 2050 of Chile. And internationally speaking, I was part of the young leaders of the energetic transition in the working plans of IRENA, that is International Agency of Renewable Energies. Also, due to that, I have represented Chile in a foreign country. I was part of the commission of the commercial mission of Chile X Worldwide of clean energies, and given the knowledge that we have here on the Arab world, before traveling, I had a lot of doubts. Even so many people recommended me not to do so, not to travel, and others that I had to take a man with me, because if not, I was not going to be able to negotiate. During the pandemic, I was invited by the Ministry of Economy of Chile to a session of the APEC that was specifically for women that were founders of startup. Here we talk about the entrepreneurship common ideas, so what they usually do. I was also part of the recto and the financing area, but in the APEC, in this same study that we launched, we gave evidence to these additional barriers that the entrepreneur women have. So these barriers, they are part of the roles of women in society, for example, time that they dedicate, if we compare it to the domestic tasks, men and women, and we give evidence saying that men have more interaction. And we they created more unions with possible partners, so they had more networks, only for the fact of having more social time. And on the other side, the access to private finance. The bank gives less quantity of credits to women, but also the quantity and the amounts. The quantity and the amounts is the second additional barrier that women have when starting in the financing area. Also, in the pandemics, we all together with other entrepreneurs for these challenges, we started an area that is the first one of startups of academically speaking, that is called Academic Chile, and 4 of the 7 companies selected to represent Chile in this COP27. We are part of the sector because we're looking for support and visibility to make our business grow. Last year, also, I had the possibility to go back to the APEC, but this time in person. The previous one was remotely. This one invited by Boric to be part of the delegation that went to Locobre. This delegation also was part of many men. He had many men, but now most of us were women. I was able to visit the control center of the SPSE, that is the company, the largest one of Thailand, that is guided by a business, but led by women. We discuss all the problems that we're talking about today concerning the gender gap, and also this specific one that is the financing. And also, among other commercial visions, we are able to define our strategy that we started in Chile. But lastly, as it has been said, I'm a teacher at university because I want more young people to get motivated and they can start therefore their companies of innovation. Nevertheless, the gender gap considers that this was starting from the very beginning, having the obligation to use jumper or skirt to go to school. This limits the opportunity to jump freely. So from the very beginning, and they are telling us that we have to dare less. Also, when we see the pictures, most of the superheroes are men, leaving aside the fact that there's a lot of feminine power. So from the childhood, we have to start being brave to move on. Also, with this interest of science and technology. And lastly, we want to move on and advance in science and technology. With the transitional area, we have to have everybody working. That means incorporating all women. If not, we won't be able to accelerate the energetic transition. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Constanza, for sharing your experience. Now, when we end the presentations, I'm going to ask you something. Now, let us continue, and we're going to listen to our last panelist of this part, that is Maria Jose Gonzalez, leader of the Green Hydrogen of Uruguay, and also consultant of this sector from Uruguay. Yeah, she has more than 20 years of experience of circular economy, renewable energy, climate change, and she's an advisor of the environmental unit of NIEM of Uruguay. Also, I would like to understand that he has been selected to be part of the climate leader of the Tax School of Global Affairs of that university, and that is from last year. And she's going to talk about the experience in Uruguay, thanks and headed to the experience of the transition. Thanks very much for this opportunity to share with you these perspectives. The panel is created from the more general figures up to the more specific places. I'm talking about the gender energy. We talked about, a lot of energy. I'm talking more about energy now, with a look to the history of Uruguay that has done energetic transition that could be called successful, with a lot of challenges, and then with a gender look. How have we treated that? We had a mixture of versions. I'm sorry, but this one is in English anyways. There's no problem. I'm going to read it. Uruguay is a 3 million country with 3 million inhabitants, with a GDP that is $1,000 per inhabitant. But what is more interesting is to show you the emissions that we have Per capita in the country, we compare it with the rest of the world. It's a country that has a low emission in CO2, and we have had a decrease as well for this energetic transition that I'm going to tell you about right now. Uruguay has an emission of the livestock that is given by a sector, but the energetic sector is the second responsible of the emissions. With the graph that have been there, we had many years ago a very high performance, and these values have now decreased after the transition, delivering the transportation of the industry. We have achieved to decarbonize our matrix, I would say, for three factors. One of them is a energetic policy agreed. All the political parties had this type of policy that was agreed on. Also, they did this with some surveys and some things that were used from the PPA. These were projected companies and also a line of promotion of investment. This has allowed that we, more than 90% of the electric Uruguayan network is to be developed, composed by this hydro. That is what we had, historically speaking, biomass, sun, and wind. Or what I love to show you in these two pictures, that 10 years ago, we had 4 electric plants, two thermal centers, and this is now completely distributed with biomass in all the territory. This has been achieved in a very short time and is associated to the search of reaching all the territory, not only for generation, but distribution of energy, socially speaking, so have a 99% of building all over the territory, and we want to have 100% with the effort to reach everybody, those that are more isolated, and we know it's difficult to give them access to, and we're also working on that. This
Viene como un poco a cuento de lo que ha sido nuestra trayectoria.
This is part of the trajectory of the work that we've conducted. And if we take a look at the entire electrical grid, we continue to have 37% of non-renewable energies. And if we take a look at the energy matrix, of course, and we continue to work on energy efficiency, of course, everything that goes back to reducing resources is the first priority. We are certifying other resources, and we are giving a priority to electric mobility. The first resource would be to use the renewable energies we have available and to use that with active mobility and also electrical transportation. And also Uruguay is moving towards green hydrogen. For longer distances, there is potential, and that is why today we have a roadmap for hydrogen to finance the first pilot plants in order to generate hydrogen not only for the domestic market but also for the purpose of exporting. We want to value our renewable resources so that we add value and we're able to produce renewable fuels based on hydrogen to be a part of the global energy transition and not only the national transition. This is a major challenge. It fully changes the rules of the game so far, because so far we were following national rules and now we are in the international landscape. With that, we're going to have to need an exponential we're going to need an exponential growth, and we're going to have to train and educate people to get to the goals that we are trying to obtain and the gaps and to close the gaps we're trying to close. Now, all of this that looks very nice and that looks interesting into the future, if we look at the gender approach with data from 2008 with the continuous household survey, if we look at the oil and gas sector, we see that it is still heavily male dominated with only 26% of women in the industry. And the distribution of this is also something that we have to pay attention to. Until this point, I don't think it has been mentioned. The private sector has a bigger gap than the public sector. Actually, We heard from our colleague from Mexico talked about this, and I've gone to Europe to major global energy companies, and when you meet the decision makers, they're all men. And I confess that I was expecting to see more women, and I came back disappointed in that sense. But another interesting point that I always want to point out is that don't even pay attention to the numbers. It is based on salaries, wages. And if we look at the lower salaries, they increase moving towards the right hand side. And in blue, we see men. In orange, we see women. And in the lowest wages, there's a smaller gap. Now, when it comes to higher uh, wage segments or brackets, the gap increases. Now, in this sense, we get very optimistic. We have our own ideals and expectations, but in the daily life, this touches the quality of life. Someone talked about how men and women spend their money, and this is clearly reflected here. 100% are men. So women were not even in that position. Maybe some women get to that point, to that wage or income bracket, and I've not seen how difficult it is to talk about money and to fight for the right compensation, because sometimes we are afraid of doing that. And this is something that we often live. It's a taboo. We don't talk about this, but in the era of energy, men are highly empowered. They're confident. They ask for more money, and for us, it is something that is very difficult, and it is clearly reflected here. Now, beyond the numbers from the Ministry of Industry, we worked on improving access to energy so that women have access to energy, just like we said it earlier, energy for cooking with better quality, with more reliability, cleaner energy, and there has been development along those lines, but we still see fewer women in the decision-making areas. Of course, we need training, and in those areas where women are more present is in the public sector. For instance, in the Ministry of Industry, the energy division and the different managers for electric energy and for hydrocarbons and others are mostly women. There's actually just one man in that group. And one thing that's special about that energy transition in Uruguay and people that were involved highlight this is the technical level of the human team. The achievement was thanks to the technical level and because of the human team, and highlighting that there were many women making decisions. Lastly, to wrap up, I think all the ideas have been posed already, but someone said it, I think, earlier. I think you did. That one more thing we need is to be braver to undertake greater responsibilities. And of course, it goes beyond the energy sector. This is something we see everywhere. This is something that we've discussed with the financial sector, for instance, that is more female oriented, but when they are offered other positions, they usually say no because they are afraid and because, of course, there are more difficulties. But we need more role models for women to take the extra step, because that could be another barrier. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a todas. Bien, tengo un par de preguntas para...
Thank you. I have a couple of questions for each one of you, but if you would like to reply to those questions, feel free to do that. That way, the discussion is a little bit more dynamic. I would like to start with a question for Maria Luisa. One of the things that caught my attention actually was the presentation, was this picture where we see the hierarchy, and in the baseline we see women, and in the higher levels we see in executive positions that men are up there. You also said that in Mexico there are participation quotas at the political level. For the legislative power, the government has made progress in order to have gender equality, and I think that the private sector is lagging behind in this case, the energy sector, of course. Also, if you don't know, here in Chile, we are making progress as well in order to move towards gender equality in the boards of companies. And taking all of this into account, would it be our participation quotas in the energy sector a solution, maybe, to involve more women or to continue to promote that their careers continue to evolve? Because the study is very recent, right? You said that it was finalized only in April. Well, yes, I think it does help. I think it does help having first of all gender quotas. I think it has been helpful. However, it needs to go hand in hand with the right training, with the right skills, with the right education, even with how brave we need to be present in those spaces. And to answer your question very quickly, yes, it does help, but it shouldn't be the only thing because women have to earn those places, not just because there's a quota to fill in, because many times it happens that, let's say, at the political level, let's put the wife of this person that didn't make it, or let's put there the sister of the other man that didn't make it, and that is a bias that has nothing to do with the skills of women. They're not taking that into account. They're taking into account the relationship of being related, right? So, in terms of women that leave the sector, according to the study, it is because many times women stop working, they leave the workforce because they get married and they don't have enough of an economic compensation to compensate for their work. Now, in comparison, or to continue on with the other international example, I would ask the same question to Maria Jose in the case of Argentina. I'm sorry, in the case of Uruguay, I was thinking two words ahead of myself. In the case of Uruguay, it's a smaller country, but what is your perspective regarding gender quotas? Could that be a solution, for instance, for the energy sector? Would that be the solution for women to have a better work career or career development? We have quotas for political positions in Uruguay, and there is an ongoing debate regarding whether that's a good idea or not. And in the private sector, they don't even talk about that. That's not something we have seen at all. Now, whether that's good or bad, I think that in terms of quotas, you need to give the space to women. They need to have the right skills, of course. But considering that there is a cultural gap, there is an unconscious bias, of course, to hire your peers, the person that looks the same, of course. You have to push for it, and many times that's the only way. It is controversial, of course. I don't need to explain this to you, but clearly, naturally, it doesn't happen. And we all know why. So sometimes that's the only way to push things a little bit. But nowadays, not for the private sector. It is not a discussion that happens, especially for political roles, public officials. Well, from your interventions, I believe that we need to put in place different actions. There isn't a single bullet, there isn't a single recipe. We have to move along in different areas to overcome this. Now, I would like to ask a question to Constanza Levican, moving from the work sector to the sector of innovation and entrepreneurship. From my perspective, to incorporate a diversity of talent allows to give diverse and innovative responses, especially in the energy sector that is facing so many challenges with the transition. In that sense, I would like you to share your perspective on the role of women in the innovation and entrepreneurship sectors. Well, thank you so much for that question. Barbara said that 2% of the investment of venture capitals is allocated to companies that are owned by women. And that is the reality. So we go back to the issue of role models. It is necessary, of course, that there are women in positions, whether in the banking industry, women that are board members, women that are part of accelerators as well, because that is one way in which there are more role models out there that give more visibility so that later on all the actions that have an impact over entrepreneurs are shifted. So this isn't something that needs to come from the world of innovation and entrepreneurship, but the entire ecosystem needs to have more women involved. Thank you so much. Now, I wanted to ask a question to Barbara. What would be, in your perspective, the next step in the study of the identification of barriers? Have you talked about any future steps, things that would be interesting to study? Because you started out with the barriers, but there is so much information out there that could be useful as input for the decision making. Well, I did not say this in my presentation because I was running out of time. But within the study, there are different action lines to continue on, and the different action lines were validated with the women. We did have a workshop with them, with those that were part of the activity. So the work lines, there are 6 different pillars. And for instance, the first one is related to the issue of public policies because they identified that it requires a strong institutionality to overcome the barriers, but also not only in terms of public policies, but also in terms of industrial policies. Just like Maria Jose said, it is necessary that the companies themselves, that the institutions that have nothing to do with public policies, to generate within their organizations different instruments that would allow women not only enter that sector, but also to stay there, to remain there, especially in more heavily male-dominated areas. That is what we're doing now. We will continue to assess them different action pillars in order to maybe work on a second study or a second version to move on to action plans to see what type of policies can be implemented, whether a bill of law, a strategy, or something that is focused on the private sector, and other concrete actions that we can work on with our partners. That is what we see in the future. Thank you so much. One last question. That would be to take the example of being brave. Being brave shows that we need to overcome the barriers, which are the glass ceilings, the concrete ceilings, the sticky floors. The floor is open to any of you that would like to take the question. What can we do to help women to muster the courage to overcome the barriers? There are so many that we can go on and on and on about them. Well, I'd like to take the floor. I have 2 things to say. First, we have to be role models for other women. I think about my daughters. There was a question that that I felt maybe was going to be asked about the work personal life balance, and maybe we have to think about what we're leaving behind for our daughters and their girlfriends, because I hear comments from their friends, and I think it takes time. It is a very slow work. However, if we don't encourage each other, they will have no role model, no one to identify with. Also, in the workplace, we have to continue applying this in all the trainings, in all the talks, sometimes subtly. I don't think we have to put this at the core of the discussion at all times because there are other priorities too. But I think it needs to be included in all instances. Even if it's only a little comment, I would say that that's a bare minimum starting point. Let's hear Maria Luisa, and then I was going to open the floor for questions. So Maria Luisa, and then I will give you the floor. Thank you very quickly. I think it is very important to disseminate this, to talk about the experiences, to share our experiences. And I thank you for that, Constanza, because many times we have the wrong ideas. We have idealized views of how someone got somewhere, and it's important to know the journey. And also family networks. I'm not sure in all other countries, but in Mexico, family comes first. And in my specific case, and I think in the case of many other women, the family network is is key. In my case, well, my husband is my number one promoter. He encourages me to move on, to continue on, to participate, to take other responsibilities that may be due to the stereotypes. I would have felt reluctant otherwise because it will take too much of my time. Will I be able to do this or not? So having someone that says, yes, you can do it, and someone that encourages you, that's very important. Very quickly, we are going to give you the floor because I'm interested in hearing your opinion, and then we will take the last question, and that's it. I wanted to add a very quick comment. I think that the self-esteem and self-confidence is key, and to think about self-esteem not only as something personal, but as something collective. What Maria Luisa just said is one key example of how families and how your most close circle can help you is key, but that needs to be applied to what happens at the workplace as well. Self esteem, but looking at it from a more collective perspective. Yes, I agree with Maria Jose because she said that we have to empower ourselves to be role models, to be able to empower others. So, regarding that, personal work and then collective work with other women working on the self-esteem of girls. I agree with that. And then in the professional environment, helping our colleagues to apply to positions. Many times women don't even apply to the different job positions. So if we're there continuously saying, you would apply to this, you have a suitable profile for this. And lastly, in my case, I am part of all the talks. I go to the universities, I go to the conferences, I go to all the schools whenever they invite me. I'm happy to attend and I thank them for the invitation always. That's great. Thank you so much. And now we're going to take the question over there. Well, actually, my question was just answered from what our colleague said, but just a very quick reflection. I think that we have spent the day looking at a process, right? A process that we have followed and that women follow, which is of exclusion, inclusion, adaptation, transformation, which are the alternatives that we have ahead of ourselves when we are involved in a world that is heavily male dominated or by certain men, because it's not men overall. So there is one concept that I would like to share with you that has been very useful for my work, and it accounts for many of the things we've heard today, which is the concept of minority group. It is not a minority in terms of numbers, but it is a minority in terms of the culture. So the group of women, when they enter areas that have been usually dominated by men and by values of the patriarchy, women become the group of minority, the minority group. So women need to be accepted, and that acceptance or that search for acceptance lead women to compromise on things to be accepted. We've seen this in research. We've seen it with students of programs of engineering or IT or others, and this is something that we've seen, and it's worth noting that inclusion, not only inclusion, but also the process of empowering oneself and also the creation of networks, which is what our colleague said. Thank you. Thank you so much. We were approved to take one last question, please. Very brief. Yes. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I am technical advisor of JSAT, technical electrical engineer. I am in my position because of the gender quota, and I am thankful for that. We have to start somewhere. However, there is one sentence that hurt because Maria Jose said that let's not talk so much about gender because there are more important things. It hurt. It hurt a lot because you have to be brave enough to say it here, right? Yes, definitely. I acknowledge that. But when we talk about feminism, it is important because it is the baseline. Because just like we've seen it with all the presentations here, feminism is a social issue. Having more women in the workplace, having better access to better wages, having better allocation of resources, etc., etc. And something else that was trendy in Chile for some time, which is dignity. When we talk about feminism, we talk about dignity of all human beings, people who menstruate or not, everyone, because we have always been in a society that is based on the patriarchy. And I would like to wrap up by saying that I am new in this thing of feminism. I come from the world of electrical engineers where they would say, what are you doing here? Are you here looking for a husband or what? Why are you not in the nursing school? But when you realize that when you talk about rights, when you talk about dignity, you talk about feminism without having that as the baseline. What's the point? Or of even talking about other things. So hopefully we realize that feminism isn't just two crazy girls that are having their menstruation all over. It's more than that. It's women wanting equality and dignity for everyone. Thank you.
Sí, muy cortito. Para ir cerrar.
We need to wrap up the panel, so you have to keep it brief. Yes, I have to reply to that. It's not that it's not important. That's why I'm here. And I am one of the advocates for gender in the ministry. But I am surrounded by men and I am advocating for gender issues. And I have seen, but it could be my personal experience. Maybe you all have different experiences. I have seen that in situations of insisting in talking about this at all times, many barriers are raised. So it is politically correct that they say yes, but at the end of the day, they get tired. So sometimes we should never let go. We have to continue fighting for this. I'm convinced, I know, but we have to find a way to move further and to reach out all the sectors because sometimes we hear each other and we're all convinced, but we have to move beyond that. Thank you. Thank you so much, Maria Jose, Constanza, Maria Luisa, and Barbara. We went beyond the time we had allocated, but I think the discussion was very interesting. And now I would like to give the floor to ICLAC, to Diana Rodriguez, to move on to the last panel. Thank you, everyone.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you so much. There's no problem with getting a bit over time because I think it was very interesting discussion that we have to have. These are arguments that come from different places. And I believe it's very important to discuss this and have the time to do it. I have here an excellent panel talking about our change capacities. My name is Diana Rodriguez. I'm a public officer of the Division of the Gender. How are we doing with energy? The last panel, but not the less interesting. It is a pleasure for me to moderate this panel. I really do appreciate that you're here, and I really do thank you for that. During this day, that has been very, very interesting and has brought up different areas of the structural knots of the gender equality that my colleague Lucia mentioned this morning. We've seen the importance to tackle the different areas from the educational world and other areas. And in this panel, we're going to listen to some initiatives of development in the region to be of influence in the permanence of women in the energetic sector. Now, I inspired a bit about with the words of Michelle Bachelet, talking about the alegría of football, and I brought red card and those that go over time, so we can keep a good track of time. I will show the card to them. I'm going to start with Master Nina Teyer. She's head of the Inclusion Gender of the Electricity Commission of Mexico, uh, licensed in international relationship by the ITAM and right by the UDM, as a master in public policies and gender by the Flaxo of Mexico, has more than 12 years of experience in the different areas, the federal and public, and in the year 2019, she was part of the commission with the unit of inclusion and gender, and being part of the strategy so more women are part of the electrical industry, incorporating the gender perspective in the projects of electrification. The floor is yours.
Con el tiempo.
Gracias, buen día. Thank you, good morning all. Thank you to all the institutions that organized this wonderful event. As I said before in my presentation, I'm in charge of the inclusion gender of the Federal Commission of Electricity. That is the productive company of the state that is in charge of producing this electrical area in Mexico. In December 2018, we had a change of federation. At the start of the year 2019, they invited me to be part of the Federal Commission where we started developing a diagnosis. And the first thing that we discussed is what we said in some occasions, this lack of disparity in this world that is the industry. It started in the CPE that was created by 75% and another rate of some others in a company where we are 95 million. These figures is an important reflection. But also concerning this rate, this is reduced in the decision taking and in the technical areas as well. You see a pyramid here that the direction, this is only one person, but in these committees and in the direction of the productive and the subsidiaries, uh, there were not even one woman. And in the next positions of coordinations and management, the rate represented the 6%. Nowadays, in less than 4 years, we are the 13% of women in these young positions. And from then onwards, we continued with the strategy of creating this gender of inclusion in charge of the degree, technical degree and academic that this requires. And we demand therefore to create all the conditions of these changes. And also we made this with a double vision to take a look at the women and how it is going to be with the technical area, and also thinking about the impact that it has, the electrical area has, and how this is of impact for men and women. So we created the unit that I have the honor to be with in April 2019, and a very important subject to underline is that from the start of the unit, the main access has been to work in networks in the wider sense, creating a CVE that has a representation in all the corporate areas, the subsidiaries, and others. And also, we add ourselves in the national work for the equality of men and women of Mexico. We have strengthened civil society and the academy with institutions of other countries, as for example, where we are today, and with some international organisms. And from then onwards, a specific diagnosis that has been reviewed in the companies. And concerning the electrification impulse, we have developed our Equality, Gender and Inclusion 2024 that was approved by the Council of Administration, and it turns out to be mandatory for all the areas of the company. And this is structured in 5 axes. The first one is gender and electricity, meaning that we need to understand the impact that electricity has in men and women, boosting the benefits and reducing the disequalities. And in second place, everything that is related to culture and gender equality. And the third thing is that in many countries, in many programs, it is included in institutional culture. But we do take the idea of giving a special treatment. This is related to the sexual harassment. The fourth one are the strategies that are specific, so there are more women in the CPE, and transversally speaking, training in matters of gender equality, also looking at the training as a tool to look at how some women are going to be professional and specialize in technical areas. From then onwards, we have developed the use of resources in terms of equality, a manual of sexual harassment, a guide for the guide of this type of language, non-sexist and others. And I'm going to talk about the main projects that we have discussed until now. In what is related with gender and equality, we have developed the main projects with gender equality in Mexico that look for the benefit of some women that live in very poor countries. But this is related as well with the fact of including women in the development of some projects as a key part in the decision taking, also in the maintenance and appearance of new technologies with a diagnosis in the locations, work with women in the community, indicators of impact. We have developed this in the Sierra San Juanito, Veracruz, in the Sierra Guerrero, and in Chiapas. So from then onwards, we publish a first book that is called From the Theory to the Practice, Projects of Electrification with a Gender Perspective, that has a compliance of tools that with the CFE is going to reply everything for these areas. Also, we have reviewed the projects in terms of the modernization of some electrical centers with gender perspective, because most of the centrals in Mexico have been developed in a context where we have not taken into account the different interests of women. Women were not part of this, and we have not taken the possible impacts of the projects of this nature and the workers as such. So from then onwards, we are developing the main central is with gender perspective. In matters of sexual harassment, we have signed an agreement, the director of the CFE and myself. And from then onwards, we have implemented a mobile app that can be downloaded in any mobile. It is informative, and we deliver the information by the people that work in the CPE. They can claim for this type of behavior. We have installed a model, integral model for victims that is related to the different stages of the process, from the assessment and all the other areas. And we deliver as well psychological assistance to the people that are there. And we issue these some type of guidances to ensure the standard of this issue in an exercise of account delivery in the August to 25M made us think how can we recognize that we have a problem, and how are we assisting that, and which have been the advances to eradicate it. So in matters of institution, the first need that we saw was to reconfigure the spaces of work, and 100 centers of work never had even bathroom for women. And what my colleague said is that we are talking about dignity, basic conditions so women can develop our activities professionally speaking. And of course, we have implemented some measures so this is adequate and it works as it should. We made in the CFE something that gathers all the national territory, the Mexican territory. We're talking about 6,000 centers, work centers. So everything is at a high level. We only had 11 rooms for breastfeeding, and we have been increasing those on a steady basis. And no central of generation had this breastfeeding. We opened the first one in a thermal electrical area that is in Tuxpan, Veracruz. And this has been very important to open up these discussions and to understand how a fact that is so symbolic, something that may appear to be so easy, may lead us think that a woman may continue working in the company or not, if not take the type of decisions to cut the milk. And we have started as well to install some conciliation areas so the children, they may be for some time in a playroom. The first one, we opened it up last week with some equipment tests of the CFE. And of course, we have continued to implement some licenses for men, for fathers and mothers. When we talk about conciliation, we have signed agreements of conciliation with the National Institute of Women to implement everything at this type of level. And with the Veracruz University, that is something specific to promote practices of women in disciplines and that are ready for the STEM, and they are incorporated in the system. One of the projects that is of higher enthusiasm is a network of sonority in the CFE. What we are looking for is the support of the workers to generate towards common objectives, understanding that in surroundings, the strategy, the most intelligent one, is that we women remain united. We've done some areas that are called Together by Equality in many centers of work. These are some walls that are painted that have messages that are such an action of appropriation of the work sectors, identifying and contributing with these spaces that were used before by men. En cuanto a mujeres en la CFE, in terms of women in the CFE, in March this year, our general director gave a very clear instruction to make a deep review of the CFE structures, instructing us for next year to give accountability for a historical jump of composition of women in the important positions. We also wrote a book that was published in last year that is called Women in the Industry, that collects stories of women that work in the CFE with the idea to visualize and give the support of women to the company. In CFE, we are a bit less than 25,000 women, and they're experts in all the disciplines that you can think of. This is a bit of an idea of giving and offering your stories. The book has been very well received. They have invited us to introduce that in Mexico and in other places that has been very well collected by many companies. In matters of training, here you have the catalog that we impose, that we spread out. It's a catalog of 5 courses and 5 competences concerning different subjects and different ways to treat how we can reach the equality of gender in the industry. Up to the current date, we have delivered some training to more than 35,000 people in matters of diffusion, thanks to the extraordinary work that our companies do in the public page of the internet in the cfe.mx. They have a specific site of gender equality where we detail all these programs that we are delivering. And we have different campaigns of diffusion, 56 with around 130 graphic ones concerning all the subjects that we have mentioned. And specifically, we've done several campaigns of visualization of areas with short videos offering the trajectories of life and the work of the workers of the companies. These are the projects that we have done. We have others. And when we talk about this important change that requires the electrical industry in Mexico and the world, we cannot talk about isolated actions. We need to work on articulated actions, and these are the things that we've done before. We have many other strategies, but in essence, this is something that we have already stated. What we want is to inspire children and to boost others to get to the electrical industry. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you so much. I wanted to use my red card. Le doy paso ahora. I'll give the floor to Paz Garcia. She's in charge of the private sector of women in Chile. She's a consultant, especially in the inclusion, and she has more than 20 years of experience in this type of job positions and in the private company, social security, and developing a country from a conscious development. I'm here with my red card in case you need a reminder. I offer you the floor now. Thank you. Good afternoon. Special greetings to Jay said we've been working with her for a long time. Special greetings. And I believe that we have discussed a lot of the diagnosis and the problem, but I always believe that it's important to give a sort of a special thinking, a special consideration, and think what happens if we don't get this autonomy for women. We are not going to move forward. This is in the this type of development, and this has been already reviewed. We have a lot of evidence. Why is it necessary that we women are part of this? We know that the main gaps and most of all the figures of the 132 years missing to close the gap, they're related with the economic participation and political participation, and these are the most important too. And we have a lot of evidence that says the additional money and everything in the return to the high investment, the level of the society, this is still is not working. And this is not working, this is not happening, but these structural notes have been already reviewed. And this is explained in this study, and I believe it's very inspiring. It's a study from the CEPAL, where it summarizes very well what has been said so far, how women and this feminization of the poverty it is in women and in this job participation, in this type of things that avoid us to have another type of participation, how this culture, how discrimination with some violence components makes that many times we get into this world
o en rubros más masculinizados.
but it stops us having masculinized job positions where women we have a low rate of participation, and the rigid social division and the unfair distribution of job positions and work, most of all. This is what we've seen and we set ourselves as a barrier. And I believe it's very inspiring, the proposal that CEPAL puts us in terms of rethinking this paradigm of development and putting to the center the sustainability of life. I believe that this is something that we need to move forward, because this is a distribution that delays many times the possibilities of inclusion. We know the figures, and we know that this 76% of work dedicated to this is done by women. The economy, there's an economy, a line of economy that is feminist, and a great part of the money that we generate rests on the shoulders of non-remunerated work that women do. And here we have a lot of material that you can review, but this is a matter of looking at the effect that this has, the fact that we cannot close the gaps yet because we are underrepresented. We have a very low job participation. We do not generate the conditions, and this is translated in very important things as infrastructure, mining, energy, models of investment in our countries. We have a sub-representation that is very important. And with this, I'm also dealing with the opportunity that these sectors have. With this type of transition, we are being part of this, of the conditions that are more important. And one of the important conditions would be talking about care, but also generating areas of work that are very masculinized, with a lot of cultures that are very masculine. And this is an obstacle, so women can be there. And what about the low participation? This is a recent study of Chile, where we see that the participation of the private sector has been moving a lot, like 22%. 22% of participation in genders in this type of thing the last 4 years, and also in the board of directors of a 10%, only at a 40% has been moving onwards. This is the reason why we understand how we're boosting many women, and that is being developed in the government. And we still in the fact that we are part and we are a guide and we take decisions. It is also something that is called a zero companies where the figure of companies is minimum. There no, we don't have this type of, but there's also an important part that doesn't have managers that are women and women in the board of directors.
So este diagnóstico que creo que hemos estado hablando.
Now this matches what we've heard already, and I will refer to 3 different initiatives that we are promoting as UN Women in order to promote, in collaboration with the Ministry of Social Development and Family here in Chile supporting the government. We are moving forward in social dialogues that are happening nowadays across the country, where we talk about the work of care and we talk about the generation of a national policy of care and how this will uh, reflect the views of men and women, and that is socially comprehensive. That is undergoing. It is also undergoing considering the issue of acknowledging the work of care to redistribute the workload. The other initiative was related or was developed with the GSAD a couple of years ago within the context of the Win-Win program with the promotion of UN Women together with the ILO and the European Economic Community, in which we engaged in a dialogue to talk about the role of women in the creation of a sustainable economy. We had the participation of people that I see present today here, and that allowed us to put the topic on the table to ask ourselves, how can women help support the energy transition? The third initiative that we are putting in place is through the WEB's community meetings. These are companies that promote the principles of empowerment of women, and this is conducted globally, but specifically in Chile, there are over 170 companies that are involved. Major companies in the area of energy are involved, listed on the screen. And with them, we have developed panels, and we have put the topic of women as promoters of sustainable development on the table, also women in highly male dominated areas, and we hear what the companies are doing in their scopes of action respectively. I would like to wrap up by saying congratulations, and I will reach out to you because I'm interested in your participation. I would like to share with you how we are supporting the private sector, entrepreneurs, and women that lead companies, how we support the companies to create the gender dimension in their organizations. It is through the principles of women's empowerment. They were created in 2010 by UN Women together with Global Compact. And these are tools to commit the private sector to make a contribution towards the specific SDG number 5, but number 5 is related with the other SDGs, and they make a contribution to the 2030 agenda, and they have a very specific feature that we've not seen in other tools, that it promotes gender equality not only within the organizations, but also it thinks about promoting gender equality or the gender approach in the market overall, in the supply market, in the supply chain, in marketing, in how we communicate, in how we develop products, and of course within the communities. So it is a more cross-sectional, a more comprehensive approach. It goes beyond the workplace. And very briefly, first of all, it is that for the gender issue to be addressed within the organizations, it requires the commitment of the highest levels. Otherwise, these are just specific initiatives, and it is limited to the Women's Day conference, and that's it. And I have nothing against that, but it's not enough. Secondly, we need to promote equal opportunities, inclusion, and non-discrimination at work. And here we fit everything that has to do with work and life balance, recruitment processes that are non-biased. It refers to balance in the workload, etc., 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 etc. The third point is related to talent management, and it covers more the areas of health and occupational health, addressing work conditions that are healthy, safe, and free of harassment and abuse. Fourthly, it addresses the market, for instance, energy companies thinking about their supply chains. How many companies are you working with that are owned by women? How diverse is your supplier base? How are you doing marketing? Are you reinforcing harming gender stereotypes? We're thinking about companies. We're thinking about how products and services are developed, targeting women. So it is more broad than just within the workplace. And in point number 7, we're thinking about how we impact the communities. We know that energy companies are located in the different territories, and in those territories, how the operations have an impact over men and women. The 7th principle has to do with reporting, transparency, and at the end of the day, doing management. For that, we have a very specific tool to measure gender gaps. It's the gender gap analysis tool, and it gives us a roadmap. It gives each organization that enters their data a roadmap with a dashboard with all the indicators where the gaps are greater, whether within the organization, out in the market, or in the communities. And with this, it is easier to measure, report, and to manage. We have also made available for the organizations the UN training centers for women, and we are talking about raising awareness regarding gender issues. There are online courses that are free of cost, and I would like to wrap up by inviting all of you and encouraging you to participate. From UN Women, we accompany and we support the private sector and the different organizations to generate the conditions not only for more women to become involved in the energy industry, but also to develop their careers, to thrive, and to get to decision-making roles. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, Paz, también por realzar.
Thank you so much, Bas, for highlighting what is being conducted here in Chile, and it gives me a perfect transition for the next panel member, Analia Rojas, Director of Astral Chile, an economist, graduate in Economic and Administrative Sciences from the Catholic University of Chile with over 20 years of experience in the energy sector. She was the Chief of Staff of the National Energy Commission, also Chief of Staff of the Ministry of National Defense. In December 2021, she was awarded as one of the 100 women leaders of Chile, an acknowledgement granted by the organization Women Entrepreneurs. And as of 2022, she is the executive director of the Association of Renewable Energies, ACEDA. Analia Rojas. Thank you so much for that introduction. Thank you for the presentation. I'm happy to see you in this conference. I'm happy to see so many different perspectives. I'm happy to see so many different outlooks that basically converge into the same message. During the morning, I was listening through the YouTube streaming part of the conference and the comments that were made with the intervention of former President Michelle Bachelet, and it's an honor. It was an honor having her and hearing from her the umbrella for this discussion. The ACEDA is a trade association that gathers companies, people, and also any other instance that has the purpose of the energy transition, of supporting the energy transition. But without a doubt, 20 years ago, it was created, and it was the biggest opening to female participation and renewable energies in Chile, and their participation from the very early stage back in 2000, 2001, I would say, comes hand in hand with a greater presence of women in the energy sector. We are going to take a look at the figures and we will understand the evolution and why it is important to link the energy transition of any market, of any country, with the greater presence of women and what our colleagues just said regarding the opportunity, the need, and the requirement of having better opportunities, higher wages, and the same financial opportunities to women. Definitely, including women doesn't mean removing men from the picture. That is a key principle that we have to guide our discussions with. Everyone has a role to play in gender equality, but the gender balance is not only women's issue, it's an economic problem as well. And we have to understand this from the perspective of achieving balance in terms of the participation of women in any sector. The energy transition and the energy sector is not free of this. However, the first message is that this is an economic problem. However, it cannot be addressed as a problem of the elites of women that talk about what we need to do from the position of privilege in which we find ourselves. I think that is key. We are thankful for the opportunities that we've been granted, for the privileges that we live. However, the discussion cannot revolve around having more of us thinking for the rest of women. So clearly, the question is, how do we expand the conversation into more than just presentations and discourses and speeches, and we move towards a more democratic representation when we talk about more equal opportunities for the development of women. And once again, not only for those that are more privileged, and that we're thankful for that. I've heard women that thank their husbands, their children for the opportunity of being professionals and developing their careers. And I think this is a discourse that we have to overcome. This is a narrative that needs to stop. Of course, the energy transition is something that goes hand in hand with greater participation of other genders, and that is where we see opportunities for greater participation and also further participation, aiming at a more sustainable development. That is a key point as to why women have to be involved, because for as long as we, or for the ongoing times, it is necessary. Also, it has been proven that diversity gives the institutions a broader range of potential solutions whenever there are problems. And when it comes to the energy transition, which is at its core a problem, the energy transition is a challenge, is a problem. Women will have so much to say in that. Therefore, there is a need of including and having more women involved in the market to tackle energy transition, because the messages of innovation, the opportunities for improvement are promoted, as well as the improvement in the reputation of those companies that maybe had a more difficult past history, but now have the opportunity of shifting that appearance or shifting that role that they've played beforehand. I like to use numbers as a good economist. I would like to talk about the figures of the energy transition in Chile, and I would like to show the audience these figures to replace the first phase of decarbonization in Chile that requires basically to remove 5.5 gigawatts of installed capacity of coal. We have to install in 8 or 7 years 22.5 gigawatts of renewable, non-conventional, and storage. That is what we have to develop in a very short time frame to achieve a very specific objective, which is to decarbonize the energy matrix. And for this, we have to move on. And similarly, we have to move on in terms of the participation of women in energy. I'm sure that you've seen the figures in the previous presentations that we've had today. However, I would like to reinforce that 23% of women's participation in the energy sector in Chile is a very low number. Also understanding that in average, we have almost 25% of difference in terms of the wage gap between those roles that are used by men and women, of course, harming the wages that women get. These are concerning figures. And then when we understand that only 18% of the high positions are used by women, these are also numbers that we have to be concerned with and that we have to take care of. Now, how do we move this into action? Clearly, we need the promotion of inclusive mindset in everyone. I said it before, presentations and the narrative can revolve around successful women and their achievements, and this can serve as a context to share sort of success stories and recipes for success and success of women in the world of men. And I would invite you to think about the needs of other worlds that are less fortunate, that have less privileges, to encourage different behaviors that are more inclusive. And there are so many examples of gender bias. We are aware of the fact that some biases are conscious or some are unconscious. Many times within the environment of trust, some women have had conversations exchanging different stories in which we have suffered sexism in the world of energy, and that happens more often than not. Therefore, it is key that the instances of exchange are expanded and hopefully opened to other forms of participation. Clearly, there's room for everyone, and we can all be part of the processes and the activities. And I would like to commend you for or commend certain programs where ACERA has been promoting the participation of women for training, for instance, the network Redeo and also IPG Chile, that are programs devoted to train women that are not sitting here today, most likely because they have work to do, because they play different roles, because they are attending domestic labor and other issues. But I think it's important to think about those women. Now, the challenges of sustainable development, the challenges of the green recovery, and of course, the financial crisis that the world is going through, the pandemic and its consequences in terms of numbers that we heard beforehand, and the flexibilization of labor, of course, are challenges because we have to improve the work conditions for everyone, especially women. We have to promote the participation of women in the entrepreneurship, not only in businesses for major companies. I mean entrepreneurship, I mean individual or uh, women's business that are not necessarily partners of major companies, but that associate with one another. That's a challenge. How do we translate energy transition and gender equality to that level of the creation of employment opportunities? Lastly, and I said it at the beginning, the importance of closing the wage gap. For that, apart from our participation, apart from being acknowledged, apart from receiving the same economic compensation, we need to have our eyes open. We need to have the ability to report, to call the attention in our companies, in our scopes of action, those situations that unfortunately continue to happen. I think we are responsible for reporting those issues and we are responsible for promoting and overcoming those challenges. What we don't see, we are unable to fix. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you so much. From your presentation, I would like to highlight the importance of remembering that a just transition is a transition towards sustainability, but it is also about decent labor. So it's about not leaving anyone behind, just like the SDGs say. Now, I would like to give the floor to Maria Francisca Valenzuela. She is the head of the Office of Gender and Human Rights from the Ministry of Energy, graduate in sociology, specialist in gender equality. In her work experience, she was one of the founders of the Observatory Against Street Harassment in Chile and also a member of UN Women. Francisca, the floor is yours. Good afternoon and thank you. I'm going to wait for my presentation to be put up.
Bueno, voy a fijar bien en el tiempo para que no me saquen la tarjeta roja, así que iba a partir con un video.
I was going to start with a video, but I will skip it because I think we better focus on the results. I would like to talk about gender as a state policy, just like we do it in other public policies. What have been the steps so far? I think it's very good that I speak after Analia because she is part of one of the initiatives that the Ministry of Energy is promoting. So let's move on to the following slide. We will not see the video, but I wanted to share with you the stories with energy because there are a couple of stories about women in the energy industry, and I wanted to share this with you. However, the video will be available on our social media, and you'll be able to see it later on.
Después de esto,
Okay, after this one. Thank you.
bueno, ya lo adelanté.
Good. Annalie already said that, but I believe that, well, I would like to, beyond the data that it has already been shared with you, something very important that is at a regional level, the figures are very much like the participation of women, for what I've seen, moves around in terms of energy 23, 25%. It is something quite regional. And Anali already said this data that it is part of an initiative of the energy women where we have the low participation of women in the high management job positions and with a gap of a weight of 34%. It is curious and it is the 33% that is already, well, it goes much beyond because you pay attention to the administration of communication and other as well as marketing. It goes well beyond many things in terms of health. And we have a generalized gap when we analyzed the participation of women in operational technical job positions is even less. So there we see ourselves with figures that is 30%, 9%. So this 56%, 57% is the participation that we do on a 33%. So here we have a very important clarity concerning the participation of women in this industry, roles and stereotypes and gender, because it is reflected in this 57% that we see in the industry, because women, they guide this in the administrative part. I believe it's important to understand and underline that, because when we say, okay, we want more women in the sector of energy, they always say, okay, but my global rate is this one, and I have a bit more than is women. When we look at where these women are participating, it's important to pay attention to the place where they're taking part, how they're doing that, and if we are guaranteeing a participation that is inclusive and sustainable for all the levels, not reinforcing this bias of gender that just leave these women in just one area competition. But we did this from the Ministry of Energy, posting a plan that is a private and public effort. I'm going to tell you this in detail later on. But this started with this raising of data this year. But this plan was initiated before by my colleague Marcela Stolontai, that is here with us today. So I believe that it's always good to have initiated this roadmap. Thank you so much, Marcela, for that. And I'm the one that is here and is continue with this task. But once we have the diagnosis, I believe that we have to take action and to break the inertia after all. And this is something that we need to consider. The access is not everything. I'm going to hire more women, but it's also being part of our reality, because men and women and all the gender identity, we don't live the well in the same manner. So the incorporation of women in the sector has to consider things as, for example, the structural barriers and the gaps of capacity that are this background, if you allow me to tackle this with to guarantee that effectively what I do is not going to become something. I mean, we won't have our talents in our society because they will leave. So at the end, we had 20. This ended, and what happened with the 17? And I only have 3 talents that have been maintained. The thing is to understand that the conditions they have lack of inequalities that are previous with other barriers. And here I would like to mention some examples. The structural barriers, they're related with the way of how a system is considered, how this system is functional to a lack of equality, in this case, gender inequality. I'm going to put this in example. For example, women they have less access to credits in the country and in the region that is precisely the same. And this is related to the requirements that are requested, and the women they comply this depending on the work trajectories that are considered with other factors. For example, having the overload of care, many women they get eaten out the market, complying with certain requirements and with other things is a structural barrier because we are not analyzing that the uh, criteria of demands are not inclusive. They don't consider all the barriers. So the structural barriers, it is related with the way things are and how they are created. For example, the same. There's a low participation of women in the SN degrees. It's only the 90%, I believe, the lowest. And we have to consider these factors. And here we have the models of learning is being of incident they being sensitive to gender. Are we guaranteeing a way to for women to be part of this, or the system also excludes them? Let me tell you this was a specific anecdote. I got to know a mathematics teacher, and I had a chance to share some things with her. And at the end of that semester, I remember that she approached me and told me, I realized that I ask easier questions to my students, which are women in my classes. I assume to think that it's difficult for them. This is a structural barrier that makes that link with the capacity gaps. If we want this to change, it's the same as it happens in energy. There are no women. I cannot find any women, so we have to make a cycle, a full job of a full cycle, and we have to consider what may happen. We have to be in charge of the education, not only in the university, but beyond. This is why in the Ministry of Energy, there are programs from the very first moment from the playroom when we want to have a collaboration and a work that is part of everything from the very beginning. Let me mention some examples. For example, now we have the crystal with a barrier that is structural. This is something invisible, where women don't have access to the decision and leadership only because they are unaware. I mean, there is something that is not conscious. Quizás para tener hijos y no, we assume that it's going to be difficult for them. They may have children, so the way of moving on is difficult. And this is for the criteria that it relates to a structural matter. And here there's something that is more interesting. We talk about self-esteem. We rarely talk about it, and it's the concrete roof. This system is done, so we doubt about our capacities and we consider how we need to comply with all the criteria to have access to something. So the roof of concrete is related to the lack of knowledge for a sector that has been designed for women and others. And I don't trust, as it is classical, that a man doesn't comply with the job positions, but is going to try to obtain that work. But women would not do that because they would not go for the job if they don't feel that they would be ready, because we are taught based on the lack of security. This lack of security that is also said as a structure. These stereotypes of gender, the overload of work that is not paid, the family pressures, the surroundings, even the religion, majority of the lack of equalities that are associated, the lack of initial work to specialize in energy. And here I underline an initiative that is from the capital world, so they can have access to all the specializations to say, okay, let's have this type of access, so we can break this gap. And finally, also to consider experts as well as the intersectionality. Why? Because many times when we talk about the access of energy, it's not the same for all the pool of women. Sometimes we are considered as elitist, but what happens with the other women, with the other knowledge that can be a contribution for the energy? It drew my attention, my colleague of Mexico, that talked about the low participation of women in fair transition that was much less than the carbon society. And women and the ones that guide this climate change are the ones that guide also the knowledge and the management of the resources that is more sustainable at home. When it's time to define how we do that in fair transition, we're not there. So we have a structural barrier that it doesn't acknowledge the administration of the resources and how they contribute to more clean energies. And finally, another one that is specific, that is a structural barrier: infrastructure. The quantity of tales of women that they want to be part of something, but there are no toilets. They don't have anything because their needs are different. Now I would like to tell you that it is. I realized that this is the other way around. And I wanted to tell you something very specific, that is the energy plan Más Mujeres. That Analia said something about this before. This is a plan that unites the private and public access with 100 companies, and many has many also specific actions. But this is something that has to be done with specific measures, has 10 axes that deal with violence, co-responsibilities, leadership, and this is something important when we are proposing a strategy of focalization in economic empowerment, where here is the next one. And this is something for the directives for the reduction of the wage gap in different job positions, not only administrative. And they can also deal with this policy. This is a specific change, and we want to see more women in energy. So we want to be part of this technical assistance. So this is part of the process, and plan what they look for is to comply with a standard. Because many times there is a lot of will, but that is not something as it should. We don't have the same resources and others, so you can move on a lot, but another sector is going to remain delayed. So the idea is to look for standards, and then the public sector has that important role in guiding, which is the goal. And what can we do? This is what we're looking for. And with the specific goals, we're also going to try to address these sections. And so in these 16 months will come at a national law of the private sector and this type of line. And this is the 30% of women that are going to be trained. This is a clear initiative to close up things. And you know that the hydrogen plant, they're all talking about a mission that is happening right now. And I would love to tell you more. And I'm gonna just give you the spoiler. The Ministry of Energy is guiding the transversalization of gender in the green hydrogen. And we are going to do this from the very beginning as good as we can. And we can be of influence in this autonomic area. And this is going to be part of the training and the profile with these hydrogen areas and the commitment of the private sector. This is part of the hydrogen and the association. We can be of incidence in this leadership, and this is related with the fair intersection, motivating and the guidance, the diffusion, what is the green hydrogen is. For this type of corporation, this is going to generate a change. And lastly, and this is part of the inclusion, and this is part of life, part of the things. And this is part of what I'm going to tell you. We are putting a lot of effort. This is something that is part of the gender equality. So thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you so much for telling us these structures at this level, but also for this proposal for the change. Lastly, and I have the will to really initiate the resource of the water of this CLAC sector. She's doctor. She has a PhD in economy. She has more than 12 years of economy in Latin America and things related to natural resources, climate change, and environment, and has been part of the public policy and has posted on the natural resources and in several opportunities of Chile, and has been supporting more than 10 countries in Latin America with technical assistance and development of capacities. Marina, whenever you want, the floor is yours. Thank you so much, Diana. Hope you can hear me. This is the last presentation. I'm gonna try not to repeat many of the things that have already been said, but the truth is that here we try to pose an analysis that is a bit more regional, how to make transversal the focus of gender in the policies of have this type of transition in the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean. I'm going to work on a small diagnosis on the factors that we see as a key part in this relationship between the gender and the energy and the everything that we can work with to then be able to do that and then to offer it to a discussion in the say an hypothesis of how we can work with the development and all the recommendations of some policies to transfer make this transverse make this transversal. This is something that we have divided in 3 great groups, and this is related with the use of time, and another one that is related to the access of the decision taking. So in first place, we have to mention that even though the access of the population to electricity is high, still have some other type of actions where there's a high percentage of everything that is part of this energetic area. In these conditions, this is not only related to the action of the fuels that are used with the insufficient in many occasions thermal area when with the expenses of the energetic area that the households pay in the region. The average, the 15%, this part, a great part of those that do not have access to the region is something that make it vulnerable because they pay 10 times more. This is the gap of this area that is related to the rural population, and they pay even 20 more times less access to the this percentage of this quintile of the richest of case. And if we pay attention to the places for the use of fuel, they underline some parts of the region of expense in terms of wood, of logs. For example, in Guatemala, that is there on the left, and the yellow part, where we see that the expense of this wood may even duplicate more than the expense of electricity. And there are other places, as for example Salvador, that where the expense goes well beyond most of all the quintile. We see that there's a correlation between those countries with a population that is more elevated, using some pollutants from this cooking, with the consumption of food in the same countries. But in the region, there's a lack of equality and also in the quintiles. And in these conditions, of an extreme lack of equality in the region, we see that the energetic poverty interacts with other type of inequality, and they intensify some things. This is part of the life expectancy decrease in for this type of domicile. And here, the interesting thing is to take a look at the affections that are related with this type of thing that have been deleted in the region, but it has been something much less for women than more than men. And this is for related to 500 years lost up to 492. We haven't had an improvement there, and they have gone from another figure to another area, another figure that is higher. So we identify women as one of the most vulnerable groups, as it has been said before, because they dedicate something that is more related to the household. And we have checked other countries for the pollutants related to work.
Problemas que queríamos abordar.
One another barrier that we wanted to work with in the society of care for the division of gender for the ECLAC, including, of course, as it has been mentioned, the care of the natural resources, especially here the natural resources that we have in the region that supply energy, and that is that in a region we have 20% of the oil of the world and the 4% of natural gas of the world, a fourth of the biofuels, and a very high potential of electrical energy, most of all hydric, sun, and wind energy. We want to pose, so we can pose all together how to analyze in the society of care and the time women dedicate to take care of the society and how we deal with a region. And as part of the diagnosis, we want to pose the low participation of the decision taking, and from the point of view of this primary in the decision taking in politics as well. So, water and others for the improvement of this job opportunity, we know that there are things that are associated to the job direction that are going to have a participation depending on the area on this type of energy. And then in the last commitment of Buenos Aires, that is a multilateral agreement, regional, in matters of gender equality, we have underlined the need and the importance to increase the participation of women in the areas of science and technology. And this is a very starting important point for that.
A cuál es el planteamiento,
With that, we get to the proposals that we have from ICAC. First of all, we are promoting the sustainable and inclusive energy transition for the countries of the region. This transition isn't only about increasing renewable energies in our matrix, but it is also based on 5 key pillars. But in summary, the objective is to strengthen, to transform the policies, the institutionality, the governance around natural resources. And we see here that there is a huge opportunity and there is a need of including the gender perspective in this update of the institutions, policies, and governance to achieve the energy transition in the region. The concept that would shape this would be the relationship between energy poverty and the society of care, because it is going to be the starting point for us to move forward and to end up in positions of decision making and creation of policies. So from that point, we have identified 3 major areas of action. First, access to clean, non-pollutant energy, use of time, access to labor market, and access to education, and lastly, the participation of women in decision-making positions regarding energy, both in terms of the labor market as well as in terms of the policy making. This is impossible to read, but the purpose here is to name examples. And actually, it's impossible to read because there are many examples in the region. The countries in the region are making progress. And just as an example, some of the countries that have put in place policies and or national plans related to energy and the gender approach. Of course, we've heard about Chile, Energía Más Mujer, their program. We've heard about Panama. We've heard about Mexico, Argentina, the Dominican Republic, Uruguay, Costa Rica, Colombia. These are only examples of countries that have made progress, putting in place plans, policies to include the gender approach in their energy plans. Now, what's interesting here would be to highlight that most of them are about incorporating women into the decision making in energy areas. So that is what we are saying that has to do with improving the energy poverty conditions. It has to do with improving access to non-pollutant fuels. And with that, we are going to release part of their time so that they're able to get an education so that later on they're able to access roles where they can make decisions and put in place policies. With this, I would like to propose this because the idea is that we continue working together. The idea is that this is just a first conference and it is more than that. The idea would be to continue to work in order to draft recommendations for the countries of the region. So as an objective, one would be to continue to reduce the conditions of energy poverty, more specifically with a gender approach, to promote the society of care as the main pillar of productive processes in the region, including caring for the natural resources that are a source of renewable energies. We believe that it is important to include women and gender approach in the long-term energy planning. And with this, we would like to invite you to continue to analyze the links and in future proposals for applying the gender approach cross-sectionally into the energy transition policies in the countries. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, Marina.
Thank you so much, Marina. It is very important not to forget energy poverty, which is another road of the discussion that sometimes we leave aside. Sometimes we leave that aside, but we shouldn't forget that we still have people that do not have access to electrical power. So we have a little bit of time for questions. I think our panel members have been great in terms of their time management. I was not even able to use my card. So it was a very effective strategy, I would say. However, we do have time for questions from the audience. Are there any questions or comments? The floor is open.
Nadie, estamos cansadas.
A mí me gustaría hacer una pregunta.
I think we're tired. I'd like to ask a question to my colleagues sitting here. We were talking about her presentation. I said congratulations, but I wanted to know what's happening with the resources that are spent in the studies because I see numbers that are amazing. Sometimes I'm surprised, shocked, maybe, at least surprised with the bad news that the figures show. However, I would like to link this to the final part of my presentation that highlights shedding visibility over the gaps and also giving greater visibility to the things that we have to fix. And I wanted to ask you, and I wanted to ask all the members of the panel, how are we doing in terms of allocating resources in our own organizations, in our own companies, beyond any initiatives that are supported by the executive power? Because of course, in that there is value, because at the end of the day, these are resources that are spent either by people working to conduct the studies and also there is work there and there are resources there. However, if we compare that with other studies, whenever there is budget, I think that we will always get to the conclusion that we are lagging behind. And the conclusion would be to invite you to think about how to finance greater resources to be allocated to those initiatives that improve visibility for us. Or maybe what is the way to go? What are the way to go to continue to issue policy recommendations and how we overcome that other gap at the end of the day of having difficulty with access to financing. Thank you so much, Analia. Yes, we were talking about that, and I have to thank ICLAC for hosting this first conference, for organizing the conference with the other institutions. However, what we are presenting is work that was conducted running against time, balancing this with so many more things because there aren't resources devoted specifically to study gender issues. And I hope my boss doesn't hear this, but this is something we do in our free time almost. So I hope that this conference gives uh, momentum to more work and to continue strengthening our capabilities. Thank you so much for that comment. I would say that from UN Women, our very purpose is in the economic empowerment of women and having more women involved in the economy and precisely in the area of energy since it gives new opportunities. So our focus, without leaving aside other areas, of course, we are putting special emphasis in the energy sector companies. Actually, in the slide that I showed regarding the communities of the webs, there are many energy companies because of this collaboration that we had with the Ministry of Energy. However, nowadays we are encouraging energy companies to be part of the network because it's another way of involving women and it's another way of doing management and also to apply this gender approach cross-sectionally. And because of that, we are making this tool available to everyone. In Mexico, in the budget of the federation, we have specific budget for all the actions that have to do with all the national policies for gender equality, which is what we call Annex 13. So these are resources that are allocated to all the government institutions to be spent in these policies. And by this being a state-owned company as part of the budget, even though we do have our own resources. So we allocate our own resources within that Annex 13, and it would seem to be a lot of money. However, if we look at the overall budget of an energy company, it is not all that much. However, it is important to mention that in this federal administration, the emphasis has been put on expenditure discipline, taking care of the public resources, and so on and so forth. Precisely because of that, it was very important to create a gender unit because we're people. The government pays for us. We are public officials. So that human capital it is available to develop all the strategies. So for instance, the training programs, we're not hiring this. However, we provide training ourselves. And for all the analysis and diagnosis we've conducted on gender equality and electrification, gender equality and energy have been conducted by us in the gender unit. So it would seem to be that there is some money available, and on the other side, human resources are being sourced. So at the end of the day, by hiring and having us, it is much more efficient. Thank you. Maria Francisca, would you like to add something to that?
Todo bien.
No, not really. Thank you. Hi, once again. I wanted to ask a question to Analia Rojas. Because we have been talking about needing more women, we have to train people, we've talked about the glass ceiling, we've talked about the concrete ceiling, but I get the feeling that I still need to hear more about concrete, real, ongoing actions for people that are now board members, decision makers that still have so many things to learn that we have learned ourselves And maybe as women, we've done it faster just because we had to. So beyond the program Energía Más Mujer, that is very important, and I'm thankful for that, definitely. I also know that internally, the Ministry of Energy had their areas being trained mandatorily in terms of gender training. However, for the private sector, for trade associations, what actions are you planning to put in place? Because we need actions to happen now, not for the future generations, not for the future men that will be educated in terms of gender. However, something needs to be done now. What about trade associations? Well, the perspective of the work of trade associations, I think, revolves around incorporating the gender issues into the trade associations themselves. Every trade association that gets together needs to represent the interests of their members. So if you look at the energy sector now, one of the key issues here in Chile is that there are many different trade associations. How come we're not able to include gender equality as part of our objectives as trade associations? So that in order for a company to be a member of a trade association, needs to fulfill certain gender equality indicators, let's say. I would say that that needs to be the most basic principle. ACERA, specifically this year, is renewing. We're turning 20 years. And in 20 years, of course, our mission, our purpose, our vision, our strategic goals have changed in comparison to when the organization was created. And that is where the opportunity is. And I believe in the importance of leaderships in order to raise our hands and to tell our boards and to tell our advisors, to tell our members that it is important to include the gender approach so that first of all it is included in the governance of each of the companies, of each of the entities, first of all. And once again, there isn't within the statutes of the trade associations anything about this. So it is not something that we can ask from our member companies. We cannot reach out to the member companies and talk about gender equality, gender representation, and all the issues that we've talked about today. We cannot reach out to the companies and do that unless we have that as an internal policy ourselves as trade association, as a basic condition that needs to be required from our member companies. I think it is a healthy mechanism as well. It is highly transparent in order to promote that. Secondly, I'm proud to say that we are about to start this week, actually, and it's been a very rich creative process, and we are about to launch the first association of women in energy in Chile, and we hope to have this approach towards the private sector because that is basically a trade association of women that are professionals and that are in the technical areas of energy. And the main purpose is going to be to promote the participation of women in the energy sector and in any sector, not only the sector that I am part of. Actually, within my professional purpose, it is about sustainable energy and storage because energy transition is an issue that we are all responsible for. Now, the Trade Association of Women in Chile will be launched most likely next week. We are finalizing the rules and regulations. We have the partners, so we've undergone the process that I think is very important also when it is done collectively, and also embracing a need that has been known for so long, but it was never materialized through this specific instance. And yes, there are other instances in the sector, and I always commend them to promote the participation of women. However, they're usually more closed off, more selective. And I think that the purpose of this association that I am announcing today is that it is a democratic, open instance for any woman that wants to be part of the sector of energy and women with the promotion of their own peers. So I think it's a reason to celebrate this week that precisely happened along this conference. So I thank you once again for allowing me to announce this in this conference.
Cortito, por si acaso. No nos pusimos de acuerdo para...
We did not plan the question. It happened organically. Thank you so much. Thank you for your contributions. Without further ado, I would like to give the floor to Dina Denemeyer. Thank you so much. I would like to thank all the speakers in this conference. Thank you for your participation. Thank you for these contributions. It's been very fruitful, and in order to wrap up this very interesting day, we have to mention a few comments in closing. The history of the humankind is filled with brilliant minds that were able to foresee the future, and they managed to achieve major milestones without which our lives would be completely different. Also, many women devoted their lives to scientific research. For instance, nevertheless, for many years, that was undervalued and it was unknown. Many women were not as known as they should be, and in many countries that continues to be the case. I could name many women that are more or less known, for instance, Hypatia of Alexandria or Carolina Herschel, others, or the first woman that invented the vaccine against COVID from the BioNTech company, which is a German company that was sold here under the name of Pfizer, and her name is Etzlem Jurisic, and she is a business woman and a doctor, and thanks to her, we're all gathered here. The UN, in a study, pointed out that nowadays only 30% of researchers in the world are women. Even though we know that the work of the future, including the work of energy, will need many people that are trained in science and technology, engineering and mathematics. And I hear once again in my memory, Mrs. Monday, we need to reimagine education.
En estos tiempos,
in the different times of history, women many times had parents or professors that supported them and other women to achieve their goals. And real changes in society require ongoing systematic work. And I would like to go back to the comments of former President Bachelet when she talked about the need for having effective and sustainable policies. But older examples come to show that if we want to empower women, we also need to have men involved. And I thank all the men that are joining us today as well. In that sense, we also need to talk about masculinities, and this is the social construct regarding what it means to be a real man. These social constructs can become obstacles or encouragement towards the emancipation of women and gender equality. If I walk down the streets in Santiago, I already see so many more men that are walking their babies with their strollers, and I see that younger generations are already changing. But how do we see changes in society? And I would like to name right now a study. I would like to point out to a study that was published in 2021 by the Development Center of OECD called Men Enough, Masculinity Standards and Actions to Promote the Empowerment of Women. And it gives us the first roadmap regarding political, financial, and private landscapes or instances in different geographies. But now back to our conference. And the first seed was planted halfway through last year, thinking about this as a side event for the COP27. The event, unfortunately, was not successful. It did not take place. But as a consequence of that, we started working on rethinking the concept. And with that, we came up with the idea of creating a gender conference, a Latin American gender conference before the conference that was mentioned this morning by Dr. Maurer from Germany. This is a conference that will take place in Germany in Munich. The journey in order to organize this conference showed us the relevance of gender issues in the different countries, and we found different hurdles as well as good examples and good practices. We would like to thank all of you from the very first meeting for your support, for your ideas, and for your encouragement. Especially, we want to thank here the Ministry of Energy of Chile represented here, also ICLAC represented here, our colleague Oricampo from the project GIZ ICLAC, our colleagues Mariana Carolina, who is here in front of me from the Energy Partnership from Mexico, and Catalina Isabella from the German team, co-organizer of the conference, Women Energize Women. Also, I would like to thank the translators, and also I would like to thank the technical team that were supporting us throughout the day to carry out this event. Myself, I would like to especially thank the team of the Energy Partnership, Chile, Germany, especially Michael, Angela, Osla, sitting there, and also special thanks to Coronel. And before we wrap up, I would like to give the floor to my colleague, Mariana Guerrero from Mexico, for her to make an announcement.
Gracias, Daina.
Thank you so much, Dinah. I think that I would like to start by saying that it is always an honor to be present in these instances with women like those of like all of you sitting here, an instance for learning, an instance for sharing different ideas. And I hope we leave this conference with our batteries filled with energy, with inspiration to continue carrying out our activities with this gender approach that is so important and so needed today. As it was mentioned, I am from GSN Mexico, from the project of the Energy Partnership between Mexico and Germany, and from some years now, we have focused our efforts in carrying out activities to give this topic the visibility it requires, from our internal team all the way to the activities we carry out with our counterparties. As it was mentioned by Maria Luis already, a study that we conducted was the study on gender and energy that was conducted in Tabasco, which is the energy state
in Mexico. However, we do not want to stop there. We would like to include other states in these type of studies in order to have an incidence over public policies from the subnational level, and at some point take it to the federal level so that we are able to have a greater impact. Now, after the study, we realized that not only we have to focus our work on the decision makers, because at the end of the day, I think that we always try to have women in positions of power, having them involved in senior roles. However, we have seen that in countries like Mexico, and I'm sure that in other countries in Latin America, the situation is similar, that we have had colleagues that have had major difficulties to get to technical high school or to get to higher education. So sometimes they come from families that are sexist and they have a harder time, and their achievements are just as important as our achievements. So, from the alliance, from the partnership, we want to have activities that are more equal, that are more inclusive, and that give visibility to all women in this sector. And to wrap up, we always try to strengthen the work we carry out with our counterparties, whether at the political level, in the academia, different networks of women that have been very strong in Mexico and in other countries, and also trade associations. So the purpose here is to achieve a just and diverse transition. With that, I thank you so much. And to wrap up, I would like to give the floor to my colleague Nimbe from the Federal Commission of Electricity of Mexico that has an announcement to make. Thank you. Thank you. I talk about honoring the women that were here before us and that fought for the rights that now we take for granted. And now I was thinking about so many women that have gone, that have been here in this very room at ICLAC, that have been in the different rooms in the UN. And I think that they would be very proud of us. I think that they would be proud of this instance for dialogue, for feminist dialogue with sorority around gender and around energy. And it has been mentioned before the importance of overcoming, going beyond the rooms, the walls of this room. It needs to be more than a conference, and I think we have to fight for those that are coming after us. And it is important to materialize the commitments that we have made as countries, as region, into reality. That is why I am honored to announce that the following conference will take place in 2024 in Mexico, thanks to the collaboration with the Energy Partnership. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you so much, Nimbergan, with this very good news. I close this conference, this first conference at a Latin American level, second LAC 2023, and I greet especially the streaming listeners that have been with us during the whole day, and I really do thank all of you, your presence and your interest. I have a very good afternoon. Those that are here, that are in the room, I invite you to make networking out of the room and also to be part of a work at 7, the Mother of Eve in the Cultural Institute. Thank you very much.